Good morning. We're waiting for a few more board members to join and then we'll get started. Good morning. We now have a quorum officially, and so we'll begin our morning. Good morning and welcome to the July 28th, 2022 meeting of the DC Historic Preservation Review Board. My name is Marnique Heath, Chair of the Board. Public notice of this WebEx meeting and instructions for participating have been provided by email to the project applicants and the HPO mailing list and posted on the Office of Planning website. The meeting is also being live streamed and archived on the Office of Planning's YouTube channel. Please be aware that if you're watching on YouTube, you will not be able to provide testimony. Those wishing to provide testimony must register in advance and join via WebEx. I'd like to call each board member participating. I'd like to ask each board member participating in today's meeting to turn on your cameras, and then I'll do roll call to identify who's present. Board Member Auerbach.
Good morning. Board Member Auerbach is present.
Good morning. Board Member Beatty.
Good morning. Board Member Beatty's present.
Good morning. Board Member Green, I expect to join us in a little bit as with Board Member Horsey. Board Member Jones is not present today and Board Member Bell is not present today. Board Member Jowers Barber.
Good morning, Board Member Jowers Barber present.
Good morning. And Board Member Failer.
Good morning, Board Member Failer present.
Excellent. Actually, I do expect Board Member Jones to join us later this morning. So once other board members join, I'll announce their presence.
Chair Heath,
Yes.
Outerbridge Horsey reporting for duty.
Excellent. Perfect timing, Outerbridge. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning.
All right. Before we begin the meeting, I'll go over a few procedural points. The camera has been enabled for presenters and board members. At the beginning of each case, cameras can be turned off so that the focus is on the presentation slides. When cameras are off, each person speaking must identify themselves by name. I'll first ask HPO staff to present their report and evaluation of the case. I'll then ask the applicant to present their project plans. HPO has preloaded the plans provided by the applicant and will advance the slides upon request. Following the applicant's presentation, we will hear testimony from ANCs, community groups, and individuals who have registered to speak. The camera function is not available for those providing testimony. After all testimony has been presented and the board is ready to ask questions and deliberate, I'll ask board members, staff, and presenters to turn on their cameras. After the board is finished deliberating and taken a vote on the project, cameras can then be turned off again for the next presentation. In accordance with the ANC Act, the Historic Preservation Review Board is committed to giving careful consideration to the community and ANC comments that we receive. Our regulations require us to give great weight to properly adopted written recommendations of ANCs in the matters that come before us. To ensure that great weight is given, the board discusses and addresses each issue or concern raised in ANC resolutions as a part of the deliberation and includes that discussion in the public record of the case as recorded in the live videos of our meetings. Following the meeting on the board's behalf, HPO archives the video recordings on the HPO website, keeping them accessible to the public. They prepare a written summary of the board's actions, which includes a report of our findings and conclusions, and any issues and concerns raised in ANC resolutions, articulating with particularity and precision our reasons why the ANC did or did not offer persuasive advice. And then they post the written record on the HPO website 1 week following the meeting, keeping it permanently accessible to the public. Juliana or Steve, do we have any last minute changes to our agenda today?
No, I think we're good to go with the published agenda on both the consent calendar and the agenda itself.
Okay, excellent. Thanks, Steve.
Chair Heath, sorry to interrupt, this is Outerbridge Horsey again. I'm going to recuse myself from voting on the consent calendar item E, Georgetown Historic District, 2915, 2917 Dumbarton Street. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for confirming that, Outerbridge. And I know there are some comments on cases on consent. Gretchen, do you want to walk through your comments?
Sure, they're pretty quick. I don't think they vary any of the voting or merit pulling them out separately, but for the Schlitz Brewing Company, I just wanted to comment that I do think that the additional information is successful in connecting the significance of the Schlitz facility, not so much the National Geographic because it followed, but the Schlitz facility to the rail yard. And so I know it's a complicated history of that rail yard, but it's a good connection to talk about that relationship, which I think is really important. For the Anacostia number B, I guess letter B, there on the addition, there are not a lot of notations about what the materials are for the windows or the siding on all the elevations, and it's not very specific about what is the roofing material. So I would ask staff to be sure to work with the applicant to be sure that the quality of the windows, the one elevation says wood siding, and it looks like all other elevations are wood siding, but to verify that. And same with the porch materials, that it's not labeled what they are, but I would assume that they would be wood, and not, FIPON or some other kind of foam material because they're not noted. But in general, just that the staff work with the applicant to be sure that the quality materials are compatible with the historic district. And then on item C, which is the ADU, I went back in that alley, and it's just one quick note is that's a very unique area back there, and there's not a lot of continuity and character of what that alley is. So I think this is a very unique condition. And then on Ordway, I wondered if the addition, right now, the rear addition is the same height as the historic building, the original building. And I wondered if staff could work with the applicant, just to have the roof height be a little bit lower, or below the cornice or trim of the roof of the original building. So there's a clear distinction between addition and original building in terms of massing, not just materials, for the project. Those are my only comments.
Okay. Thank you, Gretchen. Does anyone else have any comments on any of the cases listed on consent? Okay. Then I will make a motion that we approve cases A through D and then F through G. Understanding that we'll take a separate vote for E so that Outer Bridge is recused from that one.
I'll second that.
Okay. Any further discussion? And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone oppose? Okay, then I will make a motion that we approve case E
Second,
as presented. Okay, second, any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, the motion carries with one board member recused. All right, then we're ready to proceed with the first case on our full agenda for the morning. We have quite a packed day, so we'll manage this the best we can to make sure we get through everything today. Our first case is a designation hearing, the National Association for the Relief of Destitute Colored Women and Children. Is staff ready to make your presentation, or would you like us to hear from the applicant first?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Todd Jones, HPO staff. I'm going to let the applicant, DC Preservation League, go first with their presentation.
Okay, excellent. And we're ready for DCPL.
Good morning, Chair Heath and board members. My name is
Good
Zachary Burt, and I am the Community Outreach and Grants Manager at the DC Preservation League. I am here today to talk about the historic landmark nomination for the National Association for the Relief of Destitute Colored Women and Children, also known as the Meriwether Home for Children, located at 733 Euclid Street Northwest. DCPL submitted this nomination to HPO in April 2022. Next slide, please. On January 13th, 2022, DCPL contacted the buyer's agent for Euclid Street Flats LLC. At the time, we stated our interest in the home's historic significance and its potential eligibility for designation. Many community members were also interested in the preservation of this historic space. Notably, the building at 733 Euclid had most recently been used as the home of the Emergence Community Arts Collective, an important community center in the Pleasant Plains and Parkview neighborhoods. On January 16th, DCPL met with community members about the research and documentation needed to designate this property, and on February 10th, DCPL attended a community meeting. Simultaneously in February, DCPL was involved in educational programming related to Elizabeth Keckley. Keckley was a founding member of the National Association, the organization preceding the Merriweather home. On March 14th, a raise permit for 733 Euclid Street was reported. On April 8th, DCPL submitted a landmark nomination for the property. Once the pending nomination was posted, I contacted the commissioners of ANC 1B. I gave a presentation to ANC 1B's Zoning, Preservation, and Development Committee on May 16th. I then presented to ANC 1B at their monthly meeting on June 2nd. Since the owner was now working with HPO on a design that incorporates the historic building, HPRB consideration of the matter was moved from June to July, which also delayed ANC 1B's vote on the matter. On July 7th, ANC 1B voted to support the landmark nomination and the reuse of the existing building. I thank the commissioners for their support and their attention to this important historic preservation matter. I am also appreciative of the grassroots activism that has taken place here. We are here today because of the many community members who have supported the nomination. Remarkably, over 40 letters of support have been sent to HPO by community members and officials, including from Councilmember Brianne Nadeau, whose ward encompasses this nominated property. Next slide, please. The Merriweather home at 733 Euclid Street was built around 1879 and is designed in a Second Empire style. The architect is unknown. The building is 2.5 stories tall and 6 bays wide and is prominently sited above the street and sidewalk, which it is connected to by 2 sets of staircases. It is clad in brick masonry and includes a tall hipped mansard roof as well as rusticated stone hood moldings over the building's round arched windows. Although it was originally designed and constructed as a duplex and still retains the 2 doors on the facade, it has not been a duplex since it was purchased by the National Association in 1930. In 1931, a 2-story rear addition was constructed, and during that same period, the front porch was likely added. Nonetheless, the building retains its Second Empire style and duplex aesthetic. Next slide, please. Here's a view of the property from above looking northeast, with the rear addition visible. Next slide. The National Association for the Relief of Destitute Colored Women and Children was established by Congress in 1863 during the height of the Civil War, as the formerly enslaved were arriving in Washington and were in need of assistance. However, this important social welfare organization did not move to 733 Euclid until 1930, the starting date for this nomination's period of significance. By the 1950s, the Merriweather Home, which was the organization's new name, a reference to Mary Louise Robinson Merriweather, a former president of the National Association, was serving a critical purpose as the only private organization in the city caring for African American orphans, many of whom were homeless, dislocated, or dealing with family illness. Also of importance, the organization had long been managed and administered by African Americans. The home played a critical role during Washington's post-war period, as the city was losing population and economic investment. The home continued to operate until 1971, the end date for this nomination's period of significance. Current residents of the neighborhood are most familiar with the Emergence Community Arts Collective, which was founded in 2006 by the late Sylvia Robinson. ECAC was an important social and cultural center for the neighborhood and city, and many residents of Washington are passionate about the services it provided to the community and its residents for over a decade. Importantly, this is the only extant building connected to the National Association and its successor organization, the Merriweather Home. For these reasons, the Merriweather Home for Children meets DC Criterion B for its important social history and association with African American history. Thus, the property at 733 Euclid Street Northwest also meets similar National Register Criterion A. Next slide, please. Thank you for providing me the opportunity to speak about this landmark nomination and its significance. I will now yield my time to John D. Ferrari, a trustee of the DC Preservation League and the co-chair of DCPL's Landmarks Committee, who will speak more about the home and its history.
Good morning, Chair Heath and board members. It is a pleasure to be here this morning to testify on our nomination for the former Meriwether Home for Children at 733 Euclid. The home, as Zach mentioned, is a significant historic resource, the only surviving structure used by the National Association for the Relief of Destitute Colored Women and Children, which later became the Meriwether Home for Children. The home served a crucial role in providing shelter and support for those in the community least able to provide for themselves. Even after the Meriwether Home had closed, the house at 733 Euclid was later reborn as the Emergence Community Arts Collective, serving a new role as a vital community resource. The National Association was established in the middle of the Civil War as thousands of African Americans escaping slavery moved into the District of Columbia. Most arrived here with nothing, no money, no property, in many cases, no family. To address the issue of housing these people, Congress incorporated the association in 1863 as a private charity, equally dependent on private donations and federal funding. The government provided the organization with its first home, an estate house called Burleith, which had been confiscated after its owner, Richard Cox, joined the Confederacy. The house was located in the present-day Burleith neighborhood, naturally, and which was then known as North Georgetown or Georgetown Heights. The new association was very successful at this location, supporting 69 children and 4 older women in 1865, but it did not last very long. In 1866, Richard Cox sought and received a pardon from President Andrew Johnson, allowing him to reclaim his confiscated property. Excuse me. The association had to quickly find new quarters. General Oliver Otis Howard helped secure a new site for the association at approximately 2458 8th Street Northwest, near the soon-to-open Howard University. A modest frame building was hastily built, but it was neither fire safe nor adequate for the number of residents the association was attempting to support. Finally, in 1883, Congress provided funds for a substantial brick building that was constructed near the corner of 8th and Irving now being Euclid Street Northwest. At that time, the association was accommodating 122 children and 7 elder women. Next slide, please. Here you can see a rather grainy old photo of that building that was built in 1883. Between the time that the association built its frame structure in 1866 and its new brick home in 1883, a pair of duplexes were built on the hill just north of the home along the 700 block of Irving, now Euclid Street. These were the first buildings of substance on the north side of the street. One of these pairs of duplexes, 733 Euclid, would later become the association's final home and is the subject of this nomination. Next slide, please. And you can see here on this view from this real estate map, the large building in the center there is the 1883 building for the association. And if you look directly above that, up Irving Street, there's a couple of duplexes. The one almost directly north of the association's building is the duplex at 733 that would eventually become the association's home. So despite having acquired this excellent new building, the association continued to be plagued by inadequate operating funds. In its 1887 annual report, the association wrote that, quote, the managers are reluctantly obliged to turn away numerous and frequent applicants. Between 1870 and 1910, when the district's Black population increased by almost 120%, the total number of women and children living at the home largely remained unchanged, hovering around 100 to 120 into the 20th century. One of the home's early directors was Mary Louise Robinson Meriwether. Meriwether was one of the first African-American graduates of Oberlin College in 1870. After graduation, she was appointed to the faculty of the Sumner School in Washington, where she met and married a successful lawyer, James H. Meriwether. She became deeply involved in the Home for Destitute Women and Children. In 1892, her efforts as a board member were instrumental in saving the institution when continued congressional support was in jeopardy. She later served as the home's president, and it would later be renamed for her. Next slide, please. Among the home's most famous residents was Elizabeth Keckley, who lived in the building at 8th and Euclid for the last years of her life. Keckley was born enslaved around 1818 in Virginia. She learned the skills of a seamstress and made enough money to buy her own freedom. Later, she worked in the White House as First Lady Mary Todd Lincoln's personal attendant and dressmaker. Keckley was a founding member of the Home for Destitute Women and Children, and in her later years, she moved into the home she had helped establish, dying there in 1907. Note that she did not live at 733 Euclid Street, which wasn't occupied by the home until much later. So in 1930, the federal government announced plans to build a large recreational complex on the square where the home stood. These plans required purchasing several dozen private buildings and residences, including the Home for Destitute Women and Children. The project would result in construction of the Benjamin Banneker Junior High School, later Banneker Senior High School, which opened on the site in 1939. Unable to remain in its old building, in late 1930, the association purchased the circa 1879 duplex houses at 733 Euclid Street and began making improvements, including a one-story brick addition in 1931. At a time when other orphanages were trying to increase their space, 733 Euclid gave the association a significantly smaller house on a much smaller lot. It no doubt seemed like a step down and a sign of the government's disinterest in the organization. Next slide, please. 733 Euclid Street was the final home of the National Association for Destitute Colored Women and Children and is the only physical remnant of that organization, which devoted itself to African-American orphans for over a century. Here is a later real estate map excerpt that you're looking at now. You see the Banneker High School there on the site below Irving / Euclid, and the current building is the one that's marked 827. It's really 733 Euclid, just on the north side of Euclid Street. The 2.5-story Second Empire style brick building was built around 1879 as the westernmost unit of a pair of duplex dwellings. For its first half-century of existence, the duplex remained two separate units occupied as private residences until it was acquired by the association in 1930. After 1932, the home stopped accepting women and concentrated exclusively on children. Following Mary Robinson Meriwether's death in 1942, the institution was renamed the Meriwether Home for Children. In 1953, the Evening Star claimed the home was the district's only private institution dedicated to the care of African-American orphans. It had only 34 children in its care, fewer than it had 90 years earlier, at a time when DC's African-American population had reached almost 300,000. By the 1970s, conditions at the home deteriorated dramatically. The ongoing financial woes that had plagued the organization for over a century would soon result in its bankruptcy. Before that happened, though, the DC Family Welfare Rights Organization sued the home over serious shortcomings in services and living conditions, and in 1971, a judge ordered the home closed. Next slide. In 2003, the derelict building at 733 Euclid Street was donated to what would become the Emergence Community Arts Collective, or ECAC, which was founded by Sylvia Robinson in 2006. Over the next decade, ECAC would become a pillar of the Pleasant Plains and Parkview communities. Under Robinson's energetic leadership, ECAC brought the services and talents of many individuals and organizations to the local community at free or affordable rates. Services such as free tax preparation, census job training, HIV testing, after-school and summer programs, and many other activities found their way to Pleasant Plains through ECAC. While it is too early to determine the historical significance of ECAC, the significance of the house at 733 Euclid Street is indisputable. As the Meriwether Home, a unique and crucial community resource supporting needy African American women and orphan children, it merits designation as an individual DC Historic Landmark. Thank you very much for your time and attention. I'd be happy to address any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Does staff want to add anything at this time?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Burt and Mr. DeFerrari. This is Todd Jones, HPO staff. HPO agrees with the designation, the boundaries, and the period of significance. It is appropriate to designate 733 Euclid under only National Register Criterion A for its history, rather than also designate it for its architecture. The building was not purpose-built to be an orphanage. It was designed as a duplex residence and served that purpose until the Meriwether Home moved in around 1930. The fact that they almost immediately built an addition after moving in shows the 733 Euclid did not initially fit the institution's needs. On the other hand, the Episcopal Home for Children in Northwest, which was recently landmarked, was built during the Progressive Era as an orphanage, and its buildings incorporate the latest theories of orphanage design. The design and history were directly connected, and one informed the other. That property was appropriately designated under criteria A and C. A better existing National Register property that can be compared with 733 Euclid is the Iowa Federation Home in Iowa City, Iowa. In 1919, the Federation Home moved into an already existing residence. It was not unusual for other contemporary African American orphanages in other communities to not only move around frequently like the Meriwether Home, but also repurpose existing buildings. The fact that the Meriwether Home occupied a building that was originally intended for other uses is unfortunately a typical feature of historic African American orphanages. In the case of the Iowa property, it's an 1890s Queen Anne style house that is notable for its architecture, yet was only designated under criterion A for history, as is proposed for 733 Euclid. In the case of properties like these, the history is more important than the architecture, especially when the architecture was intended for a different use. African American orphanages are an extremely rare property type across the United States and even rarer in DC. If designated, 733 Euclid would be the only such property in DC and is the only possible candidate since no other similar properties exist within the district. For much of its existence, the Meriwether Home was one of only 2 orphanages in DC that cared for African American children, the other being St. Anne's Infant Asylum on Kate Street, which no longer exists, and eventually it was the only such orphanage. The early suburban development of DC is not the story this building needs to tell or wants to tell. 733 Euclid has previously been recognized for its role in history, including on Cultural Tourism DC walking tours and with a sign placed on its retaining wall, because the property effectively conveys its significance. An observer from the period of significance, which is 1930 to 1971, when the Meriwether Home occupied the property, could easily recognize the building as well as its setting and relationship to the neighborhood. That would not necessarily be true for an observer from when the building was first built. In the 1930s, the Meriwether Home put its mark on the building. It may have added the front porch, and it definitely added the rear addition and new windows. The institution also made the former duplex whole for the first time. With no adjoining neighbors, 733 Euclid appears as a single detached building, which the Meriwether Home made true in use as well as appearance. That detached nature is arguably the property's most distinct characteristic and is still evident. The Meriwether Home's previous location was less than 500 feet south of 733 Euclid Street, which is probably why the institution moved there after the government forced it to leave. It means that at 733 Euclid Street, the Meriwether Home essentially existed in the same area it had since 1866, thus retaining the important relationship and connection to the neighborhood, Georgia Avenue, and especially Howard University. Those physical connections remain today. The proposed boundaries appropriately include the entire house, and the period of significance includes all the years the Meriwether Home operated at 733 Euclid Street. 1930 to 1971 represents well over a third of the institution's total existence, and those years were a particularly notable time of change for the institution. It was during those years that it stopped accepting women and when it changed its name for the first time. It was during that period that it refocused its mission. And after having relocated multiple times before, 733 Euclid also represents the Meriwether Home's determination to continue its mission even when its finances were perpetually troubled and the nation was entering the Great Depression. It demonstrates the home's commitment to the children that needed it. Designation of 733 Euclid will recognize an important, yet so far little studied aspect of African American history in DC. So HPO recommends that the board designate the Meriwether Home a historic landmark under District of Columbia Criterion B for its historic significance, and that be forwarded to the National Register under Criterion A. So I thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great. Thanks, Todd. Before we take questions, I know we also have Carolyn Brown representing the owner of Euclid Flats. Ms. Brown, were you prepared to make a presentation?
Good morning, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. No, I was just going to make a very brief statement and then let you all proceed with the matter. If you're ready for that statement, I can make it now.
Sure.
Great. Thank you very much. Again, for the record, Carolyn Brown of the Brown Law Firm. I'm here on behalf of the owner, Euclid Flats, LLC. We disagree with the landmark application, but we are most interested in moving forward with the project. So we're ready to discuss more our plans that are before you for concept if you do designate the building. The one area that we do agree with on the landmark application is that it should not be designated for its architectural merit. Thank you very much for the opportunity to make this statement, and that concludes our remarks.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Are there any questions from board members? Any questions of any of the parties who've spoken this morning? I do want to note for the record that we have in the file an ANC letter of support of the designation. I don't believe any other letters have been uploaded in this application. And if there are no questions from board members, we would be ready to deliberate. Any final questions? Okay. I'll just start then. If board members could turn on their cameras. It's hard to deny that this property has significance given the rich history of its use and the people who were a part of this organization, both at its previous site and here. I think, I certainly understand the owner's position with wanting to redevelop the property, but it certainly can be done in a way that maintains the history, preservation, and history of this site. So I'm in support of this designation. Are there others who'd like to share your thoughts?
Good morning, Board Member Jowers Barber. I am in support. And in the spirit of transparency, years ago, the late Sylvia Robinson asked me to do a oral history project with a summer program with youth there. I knew the history. I believe it was long enough ago that I may have been just out of graduate school at Howard. It was just amazing. I mean, I knew the history, Elizabeth Keckley, and what Sylvia wanted to do with this. And she would just be glowing at this process. So it is certainly worthy, and I am in full agreement with this designation.
Excellent, thank you. What a small world.
Yeah, Madam Chair, this is Board Member Beatty. I was just going to echo what you said and thank Board Member Giles Barber for her contribution to the conversation. I, like both of you, am in full support of this designation, and just wanted to say today and with this designation is one of the times on this board where you truly have the opportunity to learn about history that you didn't already know. and be a part of history by allowing or voting for the designation. This is truly, in my perspective, the intersectionality between history and racial equity, and am fully in support of it.
Excellent. Thank you. You're absolutely right. It is.
I would just add that I'm in support of the opinion of the staff about the criterion, that it's eligible under the national criterion A and the district criterion B.
Excellent. Thank you, Gretchen.
Madam Chair, I'd like to echo my support for the application and for the criteria, as Board Member Pfahler has just noted. And I would also like to add that if there's opportunity for the property owner to be able to add some interpretive information for the public, the story here is, simply fantastic. It's part of our culture, and to help bring that out for the public in some manner, I think would be a major service.
And Andrew, I would just thank you for making that comment, because there is a strong support team that works with the that's still there, that Sylvia had assembled. And so the history is readily available, and I know that there would be no difficulty in finding ways to provide it for the greater community. So thank you for making that comment as well.
Excellent. Thank you all.
Madam Chair, I just want to echo the sentiments of my colleagues and support Andrew's suggestion that maybe an interpretive plaque. This building is so far up from the sidewalk, but it really has an incredible presence, but maybe an interpretive plaque sort of detailing as much as possible this rich history. And I just want to say this is one of the rewards. I don't know if they're few or not, but one of the rewards of being a part of this group is to learn, as my colleague Ms. Beatty said, that parts of the history of our great city that one didn't know, and this is certainly a very rich part of our history. So I'm happy to join you all in supporting the nomination.
Great. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you to DCPL for this nomination, and I'll make a motion that we support the nomination under the criterion B for the District A for National Register.
I second.
Right, so the motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, then the motion carries. Thank you, and we will now proceed with the landmark application for this site. Would staff like to present first in this case?
Yes, thank you, Chair Heath. This is Steve Caldcott. There are actually two applications pending on this property. The second one is a concept application, which we'll get to in a minute. But there's also a raise application pending on the property that the applicant filed prior or roughly contemporaneous with the landmark application coming in. Their initial approach to the site before they were aware of its history was to take it down and do a new construction project. That permit is still pending, and so we need the board to take an action on it. We are obviously recommending that the board deny the issuance of the raise, as demolition is not consistent with the purposes of the law to protect an historic landmark. So we just need for you to take a vote on this application, and then we can proceed to the concept application.
Okay. Great. We don't need to hear from the applicant then on the raise, correct?
They should certainly be given an opportunity to,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, all right, perfect. Then we'll hear from the applicant, and then the board can ask questions, and then we'll deliberate.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Carolyn Brown again on behalf of the applicant. We take no position on the raise application.
All right. Thank you. Are there questions?
I do have a question for Ms. Brown. Are you not withdrawing the application for a raise? you're letting it stand and basically forcing us to deny it. I mean, not that it's a big deal, but I'm just,
Um, Frankly, I haven't talked that over with the owner, and it's kind of difficult to confer right now. I don't know that we have tech capability right now, but so we'll just say for now,
got it.
I'll
I understand.
I'll reiterate my position that we're looking forward to presenting the concept application.
Great. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay.
So I'll go ahead and make a motion that we deny the raised permit.
Okay, I'll second that. Thanks, Outerbridge. Is there any further discussion on that motion? All right, then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, anyone opposed? Thank you. And I did want to add that I saw Board Member Green join us during the last hearing, and I neglected to acknowledge her arrival. Good morning, Linda.
Good morning. It's good to
Great.
see everyone. I apologize for being late.
No worries. We're glad to see you. Thank you for joining. Okay, so then we will hear the concept application for 733 Euclid.
Okay, great. Thank you. So this is, as you know, as you said, a concept application. When the owner became aware of the pending landmark application, we met with them on site and toured the property. And they quickly decided to pivot from their initial proposal to replace the building to work with HPO and the DC Preservation League on a project that would retain the building and adapt it compatibly for reuse, for residential use, and propose 2 new townhouses flanking the building. We talked, as came out in the discussion of the landmark application, sort of the most important sort of physical feature of the building, besides its sort of Second Empire styling, is the fact that it reads very much as a detached duplex house with space on either side of it. Once one of a pair of duplexes, the other of which has been pretty severely altered with significant side additions that are much more aggressive than what the applicants are proposing. And so what we talked about was a way that the site could be redeveloped to achieve the applicant's program in a manner that was respectful to that detached character and to retain the prominence of the building sitting up on top of the hill. So what they have developed, we think, is successful in achieving that, which is to set the new construction back on each side, slightly different setbacks, about 16 feet on the eastern portion and 24 feet on the western portion. With 2 new contemporary townhouses that would be 3 stories tall, brick construction, each of which would have a 2-story projecting bay. They would, we believe, read as very much background buildings that would retain substantial space on either side of the building, particularly as seen in perspective views. What's working in favor of this approach is the fact that the building sits so high up from the street, and the perspective views are very much clipped by adjacent construction. One, a relatively contemporary building on the east, the other, an older townhouse on the west, but which serve to limit perspective views. And we think that the proposal will retain the public's perception of this as a detached house. We are making one relatively minor recommendation in the staff report, which in looking at the image on the screen now, as you see, the most difficult aspect of doing 3-story buildings against the historic building is how it engages the mansard roof. It's really sort of a 2-story mass with a 3rd story that's treated as a roof form that cants back as a typical mansard would. and how to engage a three-story building that would just have a party wall condition against that mansard has been one of the challenges of this project. And so one of the things that we're recommending the applicants think about and study is that maybe that third story, the one window bay that is immediately adjacent to the mansard roof, that maybe be set back a little bit further, perhaps with an outdoor balcony or some sort of a feature which allows for a little bit more of the cornice to return and sort of pushes back that connection with the mansard roof a little bit farther than the main mass of the building, the main mass of the new construction, and to do that on both sides so that a little bit more of the freestanding character of the roof form is retained. But we think that's a relatively minor revisions that can improve the property. We're also asking the applicants to continue studying how the landscape of the property, as has been discussed. This sits very high up above the grade. It's a rather abrupt relationship between the big retaining walls and the stairs. And looking at how landscape could perhaps soften some of this and together with interpretive signage on the outermost wall could make for perhaps a little bit more of an engaging street presence for the building. But with those minor recommendations, we are recommending approval of the concept as compatible with the character of this new landmark, and that final construction approval be delegated to staff, including, and the one aspect I didn't mention is we've only had sort of preliminary discussions about the preservation plan for the building, window replacement, door replacement, roof work. The applicants are certainly prepared to address all of those, but we just haven't gotten to that level of detail until we get some level of approval for the basic concept for the overall project.
Okay, thank you, Steve. So now the applicant has an opportunity to present the concept.
Hi, this is Greg Curley with Inscape Studio, and I'm the architect for the project, Inscape Studio, and I'll take you through our concept design. So thank you for your time and consideration here today.
Thanks.
So when you, this is the first slide, so this gives a perspective rendering of our proposed addition. One note when Steve, and this is really just language, when he said they're new townhomes, they're new additions to the existing structure. And this has to do with some issues that we're going to be dealing with BZA. It's not, we're not proposing that we subdivide the property into new properties where we're creating new townhomes. They're additions, townhome style additions to the existing structure.
And actually, excuse me, well, this is Outerbridge Horsey, and this is a question I had earlier. I was going to wait till perhaps Carolyn stepped in, but since you've just raised the issue of the lot reconfiguration, could you just clarify as part of this current proposal as opposed to your original one, which removed the building, I think created 4 lots? As I understand it, you are combining 2 existing lots into a single lot of record as part of this proposal. Is that correct?
Yeah, I will need to defer to our law minds on this, but yes, in general, the original plan was to create 4 separate lots where we would have 4 separate townhomes. This is, I believe there's some underlying tax lots on this, but we're planning to keep this as 1 lot.
Very good. Thank you.
Mr. Horsey, Carolyn Brown, just to further clarify, the underlying record, there are underlying record lots, but they are of lot 4 and of lot 5, so it's partial record lots, so that's the need to consolidate into a single lot.
Right, and just for general public information, when such a subdivision or reconfiguration of lots with what is now a historic property occurs, that the HPRB has to approve that. So I just want to make sure we're clear what it is that's being done, and we make it part of the project and part of the review and approval. Thank you.
All right, well, I didn't mean to open up a can of worms, but I just wanted to be clear on this, that it wasn't new townhomes, that it was additions to an existing structure. And that we will be having one lot. So next slide. I think everyone knows where this is located, so we're going to move forward from this. Next slide. These are some images of the existing building. Next slide. Again, this takes us around the building to the sides and rear. Next slide. This is the existing site plan. A couple things to note. You can see here on the east that you have, these were new projects that extend very close to the street. And Steve had mentioned that and how that shields the building as you're moving from east to west. And then there's the smaller townhomes to the west, which do shield the view of the building as you move from west to east, but not as significantly as the buildings to the east. Next slide. Again, these are the floor plans of the existing. Next slide. Next slide. This is the elevation of the existing structure. One thing to note, we were talking with Steve and Kim Williams, who we worked with, collaborated with as we were moving forward with this. There was a couple of approaches to how we place the additions. We actually, in consultation with them, worked on aligning the first floors. And so we would align the floors so the fenestration, though not identical to the fenestration on the existing building, that we would have a consistency on the floors. And that was really a concession on our part. It would have been better for us to not align the floors. We would have had greater density and not have to go to BZA on certain relief, but we all felt it was better for the project, and that was working with HPO, Steve, and Kim particularly. And you'll see that in the proposed elevation. Next slide. These are just more elevations of the existing. Next slide. So when we're looking at this, we're looking at on the east, we set the building back 16 feet from the front. And this is, again, what Steve talked about and how we were trying to come up with a proposal that still gave prominence to the existing building and shows that as a independent building. So we set it back 16 feet from the east on the east side and 24 feet on the west side. And the difference is because when you look at the building from the east, the buildings next door really block that view. And so, and on the west, it opens up more. So we set it back an additional 8 feet. So we are pushing and pulling that with again, with our conversations with Steve and Kim, and came up with 16 feet on the east and 24 feet on the west. Next slide. I don't know if you want us to go through all the floor plans. I don't think it's particularly relevant here. They're large family style units, and there's 3 units being proposed on the east addition and 3 units being proposed on the west addition, and then 6 units being proposed on the existing structure. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. This is the 3rd floor. I'm just going to briefly, right here, you see there's a window in the master bedrooms. And that's what Steve talked about, is how do we engage that mansard roof? We do have some room to look at how that connects to those mansard roofs and push that back slightly there. So when I talked to Steve last week, or communicated via email with Steve, he suggested that, but said that we would not need to revise our drawings at this time, but we would work with Steve on the staff level to come up with a way to better articulate that mansard roof and the connection between the third stories and the mansard roof. Next slide. These are penthouses set back significantly that will not be viewed from the street. These give access to roof decks. Next slide. And so here's the elevation. So you can see how the fenestration lines up. It's not 100% consistent. There's a few inches difference on some of the floor levels, but basically the fenestration and the floors are consistent between the existing building and the proposed additions. And you can see at the third floor where that window is in the master bedrooms on those, that connection with the mansard roof, which we'll continue to work with Steve on in terms of coming up with a solution that allows for that connection to happen in a more graceful manner. Next slide. This is the rear elevation. Next slide. So this is our rendering. This is a photo of very closely to where the rendering is taken from, to the right. So you can see in sort of spring through fall that the building is hidden significantly by the foliage and the trees and shrubs that are there. The rendering, we took a lot of those out or ghosted that because we wanted to show the connection of the buildings, which aren't necessarily viewed during summertime. Next slide. Again, this is that large building that was developed in recent years to the east on the right, and it shows that view up to the building from the east side. Next slide. So that is our presentation and our proposed concept. We understand we will still be working with Steve and staff on the restoration and renovation of the existing building in terms of windows, in terms of details, the connection between the third story and the mansard roof we will be working with. So we know that we're not complete, but we feel that we have a concept design that's consistent with the landmark status of this particular building. And that's, I'm glad to answer any questions and comments from anyone on the board or anyone else in the presentation.
Thank you. Do board members have questions?
So yes, I do. Outerbridge Horsey here. Thank you. This is an interesting case from an architectural point of view on several levels. One is, as Ms. Brown mentioned early on, that this property has not been designated for architectural character or history, even though, or its architect, even though it seems somewhat distinguished on all three fronts. And also, this is not a historic district, so the relationship of this building to the buildings to the west, which might come under more scrutiny if it were a historic district, really, I think in my view, I've thought about this and really don't apply, because what happened to the buildings, the house to the west could become what the house to the east has become. So that would kind of neutralize any comment one might have about the size of the proposal with respect to the house to the west, which it clearly dominates in every way, front, back, side, height. So I'm going to leave those comments aside for all those reasons. But one comment I do have is could you clarify, is the extension of that patio, the landscape in the front, which I couldn't quite figure out from the plans, which you see just a corner of in the left-hand side of the black and white rendering, which seems to project into the steeply sloped front yards of this building. Can you, somebody point out what I'm talking about there?
Can you go back a couple of slides to the site plan for the
Oh,
proposed
no,
site plan?
let's
You
stick
want to
with-
stay there?
Yeah, let's stay there because I think it illustrates what my concern is. So my concern is it's more to the left, is to the right. Again, the right side is kind of more built up. So I'm concerned about the prominence of that feature and wanted to clarify, is it not project in front of the non-original but historic porch? Is that correct? Is it in the same plane as the front of the porch?
Yeah, and you see that on that site plan, but we're not coming forward from that. If you're looking at, keep going. Oh, well, I guess this is the first floor. So
It's a little difficult to figure out
you
from the
can see
drawing.
the face of the building and it's set back from there. You know, you see that there's an outdoor patio, which would be accessed from the basement of the addition. And then there's stairs up, which start at the face of the building, which go up to the first floor. And then there's stair down that goes down to the basement unit, which again does not come proud of the existing structure.
Right, but there's, in this drawing here, there seems to be a level extension that extends out downwards towards the street. I'm not, see, that's why it's hard to figure out from the drawings.
Yeah, that's existing grade.
Okay.
And we haven't really spent a lot of time figuring that out. We haven't brought in a landscape architect.
Well, see that there, right there. So if you could zoom in on
Right there.
that, there it appears that the retaining wall for whatever it is behind it, which I understand is proud of the porch. So that would be something that I would ask you all to work with
Okay.
Steve and the staff so that it doesn't sort of extend out and create sort of a new, because the three-dimensional aspect of this property is really significant and prominent. And I think a feature like that can really, if you can just keep that back in the same plane as the porch somehow,
Sure.
it would be much better. So that's really my only comment.
We would be glad to do that and work with staff to come up with a solution for grading and how to get access to that west wing, that addition at the west wing. So we
Okay,
would,
great.
again, and we haven't spent a lot of time on the landscape and how to deal with grades. And we pivoted once and we're trying to make sure that we can navigate through this concept as a general idea, and then we would be working on the specifics of the details of the landscape and grading as we move forward.
Right. And the grading aspects are challenging, no doubt.
Yeah, it's very steep coming up here, no question.
All right, great. Well, thank you. Thank you for that.
I was gonna ask about the asymmetry of the setbacks of the two new buildings. And I believe you said that that was the decision that you came to in working with staff. Is that right?
Yeah, again, I don't want to speak for Steve, but we had talked about that, and we had talked about, since the west neighbor, as you see, the east neighbor, as you see here, comes back so much farther towards the street that it really blocks that view as you move from east to west. And as you're moving from west to east, you see the side of the building with, more openness. So that's why we set that back. We would love to pull it back to have both of them 16 feet because it would give us more square footage, obviously. But we did that as after talking with Steve on site that it might be better to pull the addition to the west back farther.
Steve, can you elaborate on that? Because my
Yeah.
first instinct was to make them, whether they're both 16 feet or both the farther setback, but to make them
Yeah.
symmetrical.
Yeah, it wasn't that we were saying, oh, wouldn't it be cool if they had different setbacks and
Yeah.
to try and achieve that as a goal. It was that the west side was more exposed, and that's a prominent view that with the building to the west of it, much farther back than the new townhouse that's on the east side. So it was, we were saying there, okay, you need to have a really substantial setback on that west side to prevent that from being sort of too close to the front of the building and to retain a sense of it being retaining a detached appearance. But acknowledging that on the east side, that was a little bit less sensitive of an issue because of the other house that projected out so far. So giving them some flexibility to pull that one a little farther forward.
Sure.
And when you look at it, do you mind if I jump in for 1 second?
Sure, go ahead.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, so apologies. Because this is set up so high from the street, it's much more apparent the difference between the setbacks in plan than the perception as you're moving forward, because it's set back so far and the grade is high that I'm not sure that asymmetry will be as apparent in how you perceive the building as you're moving up and down Euclid. It's also.
What's the farther setback? I know you said one is 16, what's the other?
24, and that's the west is 24 and the east is 16.
Okay. Is there something else you were going to add to this point?
Not at this time.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I have a question, and it may sort of go hand in hand with your question about the setbacks. I just want to make sure I understand. At the top of the presentation, there was commentary from the applicant about what this wasn't, right? That it wasn't sort of new townhouses, but that, yeah, there was a discussion about that. And so I understand that these are 12 units, correct? It's a total of 12 units.
We're proposing 12 units, 3 on each of the additions to the west and east, and 6 in the body of the main structure, the existing structure.
Okay, so what I'm trying to understand is talk to me, are there exterior entrances on either side of the main building? Is that why we're talking about townhomes, and then the interior units will feel and read more like multifamily? Is that the proposal?
You enter the wings from you can see here. So if you're coming up the steps and then you're going to the east, which is your right on the screen, you come up and you enter up a stair to a vestibule that gets you into 2 of the units.
Okay.
And then you go downstairs into a courtyard patio that gives you access to the basement unit.
Okay.
So yes, you do enter the wings independently from the main structure. Now on the rear, there's some steps coming from the parking at the rear that are common. These are exterior covered steps, but there's a common stairs that lead you into the rear of the units that there's some common stairs to. But you enter, and then at the front of the building, if you go to the next slide, no, go the other way, sorry. You enter you come up onto the front porch, and there's this was two townhomes previously, so we're keeping that feel. And so you enter the left side through a vestibule and one door, and you enter the right side or the east side of the building through the existing door and then come into a vestibule and up.
I see.
So
Okay.
we're trying to keep the integrity of that original building and not having maybe a central entrance to that, but using two entrances because you historically had those two front doors because this was a duplex previously, and entering the units to the left, which would be the west, and to the right, which would be the east through those doors.
I see. Thank you. But in neither case, the buildings that flank the center buildings, those are not their own standalone. Those are still a part of the multifamily sort of composition, for lack of a better term.
Yes, because I don't want to go into all the BZA issues, and we have a matter of right of 12 units if you're converting a building, a commercial building that was built prior to 1958. It's a 900 square foot rule. And so if you divide the lot area by 900 square feet, you get 12 units.
Got it. Thank you. And thank you for walking me through the plans. I am one of the non-architect members, so I appreciate it. Thank you
No
very
problem.
much.
Other questions from board members?
Any inclusionary zoning here?
There is no inclusionary zoning.
All right, thank you.
So
I should say any affordable housing here.
Hey, if I could interrupt over here, this is Ritesh Mata, the owner. Per our understanding, if we are doing, but we are still in deliberation with our attorneys on this, but there could be a rule for more than 10 units, and we might have to provide units for IZ as per the existing rules. So that is a matter under deliberation, but we will provide for any IZ units as required.
Right, there's the compulsory, I mean, we're just raising
Yes.
this in passing, it's not really under our purview, but there's the compulsory aspect, and then there's the voluntary aspect, so, anyway, very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Outerbridge. We do have the letter of support from the ANC. Their letter indicated support for the designation and also support for this concept, with a few comments that are consistent with what staff has pointed out with the roof and with some of the balcony railings. And so I trust that you'll address those as we move forward. If there are no other questions from the board, is there any final comment or closing that the applicant would like to make before the board deliberates?
Excuse me, Chairwoman Heath, Commissioner.
Yes.
Board Member Jowers Barber, just a question, and maybe the developer hasn't thought about this as yet. After hearing about the history of the building, I don't know how much you knew about it prior to your plans, but is there any, has there been any thought given to how the history would be presented or integrated into something so the community would have a better idea of the importance and significance of the building? Have any thought been given to that at this point?
As the architect, there hasn't been any discussions on that on our end. But Ritesh can talk about, as the developer, what might happen in the future.
Okay.
Yeah. No, thank you. Thank you, Sandra, for asking that question. And yes, I definitely understand the history of this building much, much more after going through this process, and I really appreciate it. And I think we have been having some discussions, preliminary discussions, I would say, on that aspect of it, and I'm very much open to including a plaque, which interpretative plaque that we talked about earlier, which kind of walks through the history of the building, which I think is very easily available, especially after this application. So, and if there are any other ideas that come in from the community, we'll definitely be open to those too.
Thank you, because it's a very proactive group, and I'm sure they would want to, they would be willing to have those conversations to support that inclusion of interpretation. So thank you.
Thank you.
Agree that is a really necessary piece of this. It should become a part of the new development. Right. Any final questions? All right. Then I'll turn back to the applicant if there's anything else you'd like to add before we deliberate.
I don't have any other comments regarding the concept design.
Okay.
So I appreciate your time and consideration on this.
Okay. Then if the board is ready to deliberate, one of the things that I was struggling with, and it's why I asked the question earlier, is the setback, the varying setbacks here. I'm curious to know if others have any issues with this, or if the board is generally okay with it. I understand, and I get what the applicant says with the perception maybe not being as great when you're standing on the site and you're seeing it in more of a perspectival view than when you see it in plan or in some of the rendered views that they've shown, which actually are perspectival for the most part, but curious about that. And then I'm open to any other discussion of issues that the board might want to bring up.
Chair Heath, this is Gretchen. I wasn't so bothered by the difference in the setbacks because I wonder, as a helping to continue to be perceived as a freestanding building, it seems to make more sense that the additions on either side might be more reactive to the adjacent architecture, so that it doesn't read like a series of row houses, like a row of row houses, right? And I think that's important. The part that I struggle with is really still the connection at the mansard roof. I feel like what we're seeing is not successful, particularly on the row house side. Maybe there's some more forgiveness because of the tall building on the other side. But I don't feel like it's successful in that location.
Completely agree. That is definitely, when I saw that in the staff report, that was one of the first things that really stuck out.
Yeah.
So I agree with that. This is Outerbridge. I exercised an unusual amount of restraint in my comments on this project. And just because, for the reasons I mentioned, that the building hasn't been designated for architectural merit, even though it clearly does have architectural merit. And also that it's not a historic district. And so the adjacencies and what happens there, I did think about that. And I sort of agree with Gretchen that and I think it's hard to perceive the two setbacks from any one place. Maybe if you're directly in front, it's hard to tell because the building's up so high. But so I'm sort of ambivalent about the setbacks. I think it'd be fine if they were equal, but they relate to the what's built on the one side and what is historic, arguably, on the other side, but may be built in the future because it's not protected. So it's kind of hard to but it's hard to sort of know what to say and what kind of guidance to give. But I certainly agree about the mansard roof, and I think Steve and all will And the applicant's architect will work on that, make that, and the projection of the landscape patio in the front, I think is important. So they're going to work.
Yeah,
on
I
that
agree with
too.
you on that too. I agree with you on that too, Outerbridge. Yeah.
Madam Chair, I actually think the setbacks are wonky. I think it looks like the building has ears. It looks odd to me. I don't know what would sort of make it like optically or more yeah, perhaps it's a materiality issue, but it looks wonky to me. The other question I was going to ask you as a follow-up to Dr. Giles Barber's comments is, I don't know if it's appropriate or not, but her comment about somehow celebrating the history of the building, can that be, or is that incorporated into the preservation plan that OP staff reviews with the applicant?
It can be something that is written into the final report
Okay.
that the board recommends, depending on how we shape the motion for this.
Strongly of a, yeah, how strongly worded it is. I understand. I would, like I said, I don't know how entirely appropriate it would be, but I would like to see that crafted into whatever vote we take, that be seriously considered. I mean, I heard the comment about the plaque, and perhaps that's a starting point, but it certainly doesn't have to be limited to that, the celebration of the history of the building. So that's my first comment. And the second one is just to say, I agree with you. The setbacks I think are wonky, so.
Yeah, and part of it too, I think, Gretchen hit on this, the way the new buildings engage the existing is also awkward, particularly at that third level. So I think all of that just exacerbates the fact that they don't feel quite right. Yeah.
No, maybe we got that gigantic concrete wall unadorned.
Yeah.
Maybe there could be a beautiful interpretive historical mural there or something.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, great surface there.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are several ways of doing this that I hope will be considered. But yeah, I like the mural idea as well. I yield to my architectural colleagues on the language describing setbacks. But I have to say, Commissioner Beatty, I like the ears and the wonky term.
Wonky is not at all.
I'm gonna go with that and leave the correctness to my my expert colleagues.
I just trust that Martinique knows what I mean. It's
Yes.
wonky and it has ears.
Yes, I get it.
Right. Now, if we were to take that a step further, if this was a historic district, which it isn't, so I offer this just with that caveat, is you could take the third floor of the addition on both sides and step it back so that the cornice line of the historic house in the middle sort of went in either direction, and then you push that upper level back farther. And I think that would help tremendously, and it would also help to integrate the west addition with the much lower, smaller house to the west. So maybe that would be a way to resolve the mansard roof and to sort of equalize the two sides. But the building to the right is it's so prominent, and it's, brand new, and it's not going anywhere. It's just, so I don't see any value really in setting that addition back farther.
Right. Yeah, I was sort of stuck on that too, Outerbridge. I agree. So that was why I was open to hearing others' comments, because I'm not adamantly opposed to the setbacks as they exist right now, given the conditions surrounding the site. Right. So I do think that there's more work that needs to be done here, particularly at the third floors. I think also Outerbridge, you mentioned those retaining walls that are just proud of the balconies of the existing house. I think resolving that, I think, is something that needs to be addressed. And so before we take a vote on this, I would want to see this come back with those and other issues that the board has addressed today resolved. I think it'd be helpful if we could also hear more about the developer's plans for some sort of historical narrative, some commitment to noting the history of the site beyond just the ideas that the board has talked about today, or either commitment to some of the ideas that the board has talked about today, but this would give you opportunity to give that more thought. Are there any other issues that the board would want to see the applicant address before they come back?
I think it would be good, Chair Heath, that, in the roof plan, you see 2 mechanical roof deck areas on the additions in the back, but certainly that's not enough area for the entire building. And so having some clarity about what's going on and where they're intending to put mechanical units for the central historic building, it would be good to understand a little bit more. And then just laying out what they think the components of their preservation plan will be, and their overall planned approach would be helpful. And then this one, especially because of the height difference too, and any metering changes that they might do, like it would be a shame to have a big gas meter on the front of this building somewhere. I think they need to think about that and maybe have a plan as it relates to the overall landscape design of the front area. Not that they have to have it fully designed. I certainly recognize that, there's some advancement of the project that happens in a logical way. And so I'm not asking for a full preservation plan or a full landscape design, but just some more understanding about how that works, as well as the MEP for the building.
Okay. Great. Then we'll close this hearing for today. Allow the applicant to address the comments of the board and staff, and then come back to us with a revised concept submission. Thank you.
Marnique, you don't want to take any vote on the aspects of the rest of the project? I think it would be helpful to
I think we could
clarify that for the applicants that
approve it conceptually, no? I mean, on a broad basis, but
To
as
say that there
we
could
come
be
back.
additions Outerbridge on either side, and we could approve the subdivision, I guess.
We could approve the subdivision, yes.
Yes.
Well, and actually, the subdivision has gotten really complicated because the applicants told me to keep the subdivision in, and now they're saying there's not a subdivision for 4 lots. I've lost track because it's changed so many
Okay,
times.
so let's not vote on that.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Carolyn, are you there? Can you help us with this?
Yes, Steve, we did clarify that the application is correct, that we are subdividing it into one single lot of record. And right now there are 2 incomplete underlying record lots.
Okay, so the staff report needs to be corrected. It's not a single lot into 4 lots. It's 2 portions of 2 lots into 1 lot.
Correct.
Got it.
Okay.
It's been a moving target. But yeah, I mean, I think if you all could approve the concept with these conditions, that gives the applicant some clarity because they need to go to the BZA, and so I think it would be helpful if there's a level of approval from the board as they go into that, with the idea that these are important details, but they're details that can and will be worked out before it gets final HPRB approval.
Okay.
If we do that, Chair Heath, I would suggest also noting that we are not, that our concept approval certainly is not predicating or endorsing approval at BZA. That would be a separate determination.
Yeah, and Steve, I wasn't thinking that we were approving the concept at this stage. I was thinking that they would come back to us with revisions to their concept before we'd approve it, but
I think you can do both, though. I mean, you can approve. It sounds like the basic idea of what you've been shown, you're comfortable with, but you have some caveats of details that you want to see refined
Right,
and for that to come back to you.
okay,
So it's not concept approval and delegation to staff, it's concept approval with conditions and returns to the board.
perfect.
Exactly.
And some of
Okay.
those, some of those details are big details, right? I think Outerbridge, we're about to say the same thing, so I'll let you go.
Well, no, I was just going to say, since it's been brought up, I did note in the review prior to the hearing that one of the BZA actions they're requesting is the number of stories. And, you know, again, that's one of my concerns with the West Side addition is
Yeah.
how tall it is. And I think it'll be way out of character with the surrounding townhouses, which are probably half of its height. And in the end, and I think that's a big issue. So, but, you know, it's not a historic district, but it is, you know, I think a setback at that level. So I agree with what you said, Gretchen, that our approval of the idea of additions on either side shouldn't be taken as supporting the BZA. I don't know if it's a variance or a special exception for the additional stories.
Yeah.
And
Right.
that we do have some concern, and maybe that's the way that the mansard roof connection can be modified. But I'd be happy to make a motion that we first approve the subdivision of the consolidation of whatever's there now into a single lot of record, and we could vote on that, right?
Right,
All right, so I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
okay. So that's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay,
Leave it to somebody else to craft what comes next.
okay, I'll take a pass at it. So the second motion would be in general support of 2 additions on either side, flanking the landmark building. With some flexibility on the height, given the board's concerns about the setbacks, how the 3rd floor meets the mansard roof, and the potential for either further setbacks at the 3rd floor or reducing the height of these additions. In support of retaining the prominence of the landmark building. And ask that the applicant come back to address the comments of the board before final concept approval is given. Does that include everything?
Yeah, and the front yard issues that we've raised, but
Yes, including the front yard issues. So
I'll
is there a
second that.
second? Okay, thanks, Outerbridge. Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
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 All right, anyone opposed? Great, so that motion carries. All right. Thank you all. We look forward to seeing this come back to us. Okay, we're ready for our next application, which is in historic Mount Pleasant at 1614 Kilbourne Place, Northwest. Tim, are you on?
I am on, thank you.
All right, you ready to make your presentation?
Yes, please, Madam Chair.
Okay.
This is a concept to remove a side sleeping porch, to construct an addition in its place, and to undertake various site work and interior and exterior alterations to this 1910 residence in order to convert it to a 2-family flat. As the staff report does, I'm going to get right into 4 preservation issues of significance, a couple of which can probably be resolved easily. First is the replacement fence. The staff would normally not support a tall privacy fence that comes forward of a building, but the present fence is one of long standing, and the proposed one is an improvement, at least as it relates to the bay. A fence here would conceal a number of items that really call for concealment, mechanical equipment, a window well, and a parking space. The next issue is a deck that's proposed atop the primary roof. It appears that it'd be visible from Kilbourne Street to the west, and from Mount Pleasant Street to the east. It may be pardonable for such a deck to be seen from Mount Pleasant over another commercial building, but a mock-up would be necessary to prove that it can't be seen from Kilbourne before such a thing is approved for permit. Now we have the more challenging issues. Fundamental, of course, is the retention of a sufficient extent of both historic fabric and historic character. The drawings call for gutting the interior structure, apparently driven by the proposed floor plans, but also there's a reference to the present unevenness of some of the floors. Section 305 of the preservation regulations distinguishes demolition from lesser removals of fabric that constitute mere alterations. Among the criteria or conditions meeting the definition of demolition under the law are, quote, the removal or destruction of all or a substantial portion of the structural components of the building, such as structural walls, floor assemblies, and roofs, unquote, and, quote, the removal or destruction of all or substantially all of an entire wing or appendage of the building, such as a rear L, unless the wing lacks physical or historic integrity or is not a character defining feature, unquote. It's for the board to then determine whether the nature and extent of demolition proposed represents an incompatible demolition of the building in significant part. In this instance, HPO takes the position that the totality of demolition of interior structure, coupled with demolition of the sleeping porch, does constitute an incompatible demolition of the property in significant part, failing to adequately retain its fabric and character, unless the removal of the floor assemblies can be documented to be necessary because of their deteriorated condition. And then there is the issue of the proposed side addition. The proposal would demolish the sleeping porch in favor of 2 stories elevated over an alley side parking space. The question has been raised as to whether the porch is a character defining feature. And despite some unfortunate alterations, we would say the answer is yes, as it would be for an original rear porch. But, and that's not to say that all side porches are subject to demolition, but the board has supported the sacrifice or reconstructed of altered secondary porches on many properties in this and other historic districts, as recently as a few months ago in Mount Pleasant at 1635 Harvard Street, for instance. The question here is how it's to be accomplished. The choice to build up against the mansarded attic story presents probably the primary challenge. A mansard roofed building lowers the center of gravity and sets as an upward datum its prominent cornice. The present porch respects that datum by staying below it. A period addition or wing, if it were taller than the cornice, would typically be topped by its own smaller mansard set subordinate lower than the primary mass. Here, the staff had suggested instead of the sort of boxy proposal, something similar in lightness and character to the present porch as being likely more successful in relation to the roof. The sort of boxy addition looks somewhat out of place because of its form, its cladding, and its window proportions. While it's slightly lower than the maximum height of the primary mass, its extension upward through the cornice line does not render it subordinate, and has somewhat of a feeling of crashing into the mansard, similar to the additions proposed in the previous case. That's our report, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Tim. Is the applicant ready to present?
Yes, I am.
Great. And hopefully your presentation is organized in a way that addresses the 4 points that Tim has just made.
Yes, we can do it that way. I first need to know, let's see, do we have all of the drawings here? Are they loaded?
They should have loaded everything that you gave them.
Okay, perfect. So thank you, first of all, for hearing our case. My name is Joe Harris. I'm a licensed architect in DC. Really, I guess I'm looking for, conceptual input. I've got a lot to work with here from both Tim and his comments. We've also emailed a few times, as well as having met with Historic Mount Pleasant and received input from their design review committee. I can understand the general way that this is going. It sounds like it's in general just kind of too boxy and too tall. We can talk about all the minor points one by one, but to address that one first, Tim, you have mentioned before the thought of doing something clearly subordinate and possibly with its own mansard, and that's something that my client and I are interested in possibly pursuing if it's a way to move forward with the project. In particular, I'd like to talk about the cornice line. If you go to sheet A, let's see, sorry, A101, the sheet right before this, and zoom into the top photo of the page, if possible.
I do not have Zoom capability.
Don't have a Zoom. Okay,
I
that's
apologize.
okay. And maybe others can do it on their own devices, I guess. But you'll see an image there from the opening of the alley, which is close to the intersection of Mount Pleasant and Kilbourne Street. And what I'd like to point out there is that the cornice, it's much like the previous project you just looked at. We have an addition sort of running into a mansard roof and its cornice line. In particular, in this project, you can see the existing cornice line from 1910 stops abruptly after turning the corner. And a lot of the features of the sort of successful features of the primary facade facing Kilbourne Street sort of start to disintegrate. You have some awkward, sort of an awkward jumble of materials, downspouts and gutters flashing, some painted brick, and again, the cornice line sort of ending abruptly. If you look at the image at the bottom of the page, as it turns around the alley into the rear, it falls apart even more, which is, it's not uncommon. Of course, the primary focus would have been the primary facade. But I think that this does make an argument that in this case, an addition that is set off by a hyphen, perhaps right at the cornice, and is kept subordinate to the main mansard roof, could work. And to be frank, I think the project really, from my client's point of view, is not feasible if we can't get some extra square footage. The house is a bit too large to sell. The property and the house is too large to sell as a single family house. So the proposal here is to convert it into a 2-family flat condos. And so it's just a bit too small for that. So we're kind of stuck between, we're stuck with sort of an awkward shaped lot. The geometry of the lot is sort of awkward. It's of course sort of a narrow depth. So there's nowhere else to sort of expand. And yet, as I said, it's a bit too small for 2 units. So I really am here to listen more than anything else. I want to hear what the board has to say in addition to HPO. Of course, I've heard from HMP as well, Historic Mount Pleasant, that is. If there's any way possible that we can make this work, we're all ears. Again, it basically comes down to a feasibility question. On the topic of the interior demolition, we can document significant termite damage on the main first floor. There's a series of temporary posts and pillow braces and even some new lumber that sort of point to the fact that there has been damage over the years. The house in general is in disrepair, and I won't use the word blight, but it's sort of overgrown and in severe disrepair, and I think it could really. I mean, we're actually really excited about bringing this beautiful house back to life. There's just that real world problem of making it feasible. So let's see. Maybe I'll go through some of the other points. As far as the roof deck is concerned, this again is something that my client feels is necessary. We feel is necessary for a condo product, a 2-condo product in this neighborhood. There's not a lot of space for vehicular parking and outdoor space. So what small bit of yard there is, sort of there's an existing kind of tuck under below the existing sleeping porch that we would use for parking. And in order to give both units some outdoor space, we've added a spiral stair to the rear of where the sleeping porch is currently. Of course, as Tim pointed out, we would need to prove it out with a mock-up. We believe that it's not visible as designed from Kilbourne, because Kilbourne sort of slopes downward to the west, which is the left on the sheet. There's some possibility that as drawn, it could be seen from the intersection of Mount Pleasant and Kilbourne. But again, we think we've pushed it far enough. And again, I think the mock-up is the only way to really to prove that out. Let's see, let me go back to, I just want to take these one by one. I didn't really finish my comments on the demolition. In addition to the termites on the main, the first floor structure, the existing stairs have settled over time. I don't know if the structure, I have seen this before in, I guess, historic DuPont and a few other places. The stairs are sort of settling. They've fallen over time, and there's a sort of extreme slope to the landing, the main hallway on both floors above, second and third. But really, to the main point, I guess I go back to the sort of feasibility of converting this into a two-family flat. We really can't use the existing walls and existing stairs. We have to have a foyer, basically a shared foyer that you walk in and then enter the two different units. And for that to happen, and to sort of carve out two feasible units, there's sort of a need to demolish much of the interior structure. So if there is some nuance there that would be allowed, if we need to keep certain elements, we can go back to the drawing board and find what elements we may need to save. I don't know where the breaking point is there between an incompatible significant demolition versus something more surgical, but maybe staff can, or even the board can help me understand that. As far as the, let's see, as far as the actual cladding and fenestration of the addition that we're proposing, we've looked at it a couple of different ways, both after our first engagement with Tim Dene and our second with Historic Mount Pleasant. We've gone through a few iterations. I'm just looking forward to hearing the board's point of view. I think what we're going to be looking at today is what we originally submitted in June. We've already started to move away from that cladding design and try to match the proportions of the historic windows and try to sort of do a modern version of the highly decorative trim and casing around the windows, but something, again, a little more minimalist. But again, trying to match I think it's about a 3:5 proportion of the primary windows in the front bays. Let's see. And then I guess the only thing I would point out is that this house sits on a transition, from an urban design point of view. You can argue to the west, there's a very legible and clear distinction. You've moved into the pure residential part of Mount Pleasant, as it drops down towards the park. So on the west facade of this building, as the road drops and as that typologies turn into single family and shared, maybe multifamily residential. On the east side, it's contrasting. It's very much part of the commercial side of Mount Pleasant. We've got an alley and a blank brick wall behind a commercial building. So on three sides, basically, the neighbors are commercial. I guess I should say two sides, across Kilbourne, across the alley, and sort of from the back of the building across the alley. And I think that does change sort of the approach to how we treat this addition. That, again, being a transitional sort of a building, sitting right at a transition, I think we can, at least the way we've understood this, is we can see a more modern addition being appropriate. I'll just say again, we are not, we're open to hearing recommendations. And we are, if this needs to have a mansard roof on it, we need to be a little bit more period in our approach. We're all ears, and we'll take that tack. The only other thing, let's see, actually, that's sort of the end of my notes here. So I think has the board had a chance to look at all the sheets, or would you like me to present each sheet?
We've seen each sheet, but typically you would present, where what you're demolishing, where the new addition is.
Sure.
It's a I mean, this isn't organized as a presentation, it's more construction drawings. So I'm not sure if there's anything further you can add going through this drawing set.
Maybe then I could just do a sort of a quick run through of the drawings. If we start at the beginning of the set and I can describe, yeah. Okay, so this is the cellar plan. The drawings on the bottom are the existing as-built plans with some indication of demolition of walls and other elements. So on the basement, we are proposing to lower the slab. That's a misnomer, of course. We demolish the existing slab and pour a new slab a few inches lower so we can get appropriate head height to make this a habitable level. We would need 2 window wells for both bedroom egress and for adequate daylight into the basement. So you can see it's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, and utility and laundry on the main floor here. If you could skip to the next A101. This is the main floor. So at the top of the page, you can see the existing stairs along Kilbourne. So you would come into the main, basically the existing foyer, but you immediately split off either into Unit A, which is the first floor and basement. The door would be to your left, or you'd go up a set of stairs to the Unit B. And so we have 1 bedroom, 1 bath, and sort of a living space on the main floor here. Next. As you move up to the second floor, you have the main front door for entry for Unit B, and you have a one bedroom, bath, laundry, as well as, again, living spaces, kitchen. This floor also has its own doorway to the spiral stairs that would get you to the roof deck. I neglected to mention that on the first floor. So again, both units would have access to the stair to the roof. Next slide. And then the top floor here, the addition per se is what it's shown on the right side. So you can see the existing plan at the bottom of the page, and what was a roof above the second floor is where we're proposing to add add additional floor area. You can see that we have jogged the facade facing Kilbourne Street. There's a small jog in the wall. It basically gives that existing cornice a place to sort of to end more successfully, I would argue, than the existing condition. Just walking through the rest of this floor, you see a master suite with 2 other bedrooms. Next slide. The roof plan, the existing, again at the bottom, and at the top you can see the sort of diagonal line of the roof deck as proposed. There are notes there that indicate, of course, we need to double check this as a mock-up, but it's not a big roof deck, but we feel that it's enough to make the project feasible and marketable. There's also an HVAC system on the far left side, an outdoor unit that, again, we know is not visible. I mean, from any angle, it's not going to be visible from the street because it's relatively low. But again, we can mock that up. Next. The elevations. The large elevation on the bottom right is the front elevation along the line of Kilbourne Street. So you can see the addition on the far left. The addition again shows the alley side is just to the left of that drawing.
Do you have
Nothing
existing
really to
elevations?
I'm sorry?
Do you have existing elevations?
I haven't, no, those are not in this set, but I could.
Okay.
I mean,
All right. Thank
yeah.
you.
Mhm. I don't know if there's anything else to point out here. You can see the roof deck, of course, in elevation, in real life perspectival view. Our hope is that those are not visible, and that's something we would prove out. Next slide. Building sections. You can see maybe on the bottom right, you can see the basement slab that's dropped approximately 6 inches or so. The new stairway that we have to build in the sort of core of the building to make the 2 units work in concert. And then on the top right, you can see the section through the spiral stairs. And again, trying to keep those as far back as possible at an existing non-conforming rear yard. I mean, they built basically within a foot of the back property line. I've already approached the fire marshal or DCRA about code modification for using one of those existing windows as an egress window on the top floor, and that's been approved if the project moves forward. Next slide. Okay, I guess that's it. Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. Questions from the board? Tim, I have a question for you. And certainly the applicant can work through a flag test to determine the visibility of the roof deck. They can, I mean, you address the fence as being appropriate in this case. The question of demolition, though, is one that I'm not sure how the board can address if we don't have, if documentation hasn't been produced that suggests that more of the interior floor joists can be preserved such that this isn't significant demolition by demolishing the porch.
Yeah, I don't think that the board needs to get into the details of that because the demolition is entire. I think that you can make your determination based on that. And then, because I think the way this ought to come out is that the board says, look, there's just too much demolition proposed here. We're willing to entertain the reconstruction of the porch and reconstruction on the interior as necessary to be shown in more detailed sort of permit level drawings. And then I can sort of work with the applicant in terms of documenting what needs to be replaced for purposes because of its condition.
Okay.
Versus what needs to be replaced because it's sort of easier or preferable in terms of the plan. And so what I would think is that again, the board can make a determination just as to whether there's too much demolition proposed and leave it at that to be worked out with further documentation. And that may occur in another round of reviews of this project, or it may occur after delegation to staff.
Okay, all right. That sounds good.
So on the exterior, separating the exterior demolition from the interior, Tim, are you in agreement that the charming but somewhat, what would you say, not very well cared for east porch can be entirely removed and replaced with new construction?
Yes, we can support that and do support it. You know, you never want original features, even if they've been sort of neglected or unfortunately altered, to be lost. But we're basing our position based on countless previous positions of both the board and the staff.
Right.
In instances of both side porches, which is rarer, but certainly rear porches. Historic Mount Pleasant raised the issue that it should be considered a contributing, I mean, not a character defining feature of the building. And we don't disagree with that, but we feel that applies as well to sleeping porches on the rear of buildings that the board has allowed reconstruction of or infilling of just countless times. And that doesn't make it less a character defining feature. I think if you had a federal tax credit project that was applied to a property, you would say, yes, don't tear it down, don't alter it. But it's in this instance and in all the other instances, it's been a matter of the board applying the purposes of the act to both preserve and to adapt to modern use or current use the whole property, and that the board has seen the rear additions is the logical place to add on, to expand, to infill, to capture more usable space. And to a lesser extent, the same is applied to side additions. I cited one case recently in Mount Pleasant. This is kind of a weird situation. This is one of those irregular lots where the Mount Pleasant subdivision was overlain by the extension of the city grid, and it created all kinds of odd triangular situations. And in a sense, the side porch is sort of a rear porch in this condition, or at least it's moved to that position because the rear is unavailable. And I think that it was sort of built architecturally, it was built similar to the rear porches. It's sort of been treated like many of the rear porches we've seen over the decades.
Right, thank you. I mean, the unfortunate aspect from this point of view of the porch is that it's very prominent, and it's the first thing you see as you turn off of Mount Pleasant Avenue onto Kilbourne. It's like boom, right there, before you even see the rest of the house. So it is prominent and needs to be considered carefully. So I have another question for you, Tim. You know, right now it's a one-story porch, elevated off the ground by a story, but clearly underneath the cornice. So converting what is clearly a subsidiary, sort of different type of element to the main mansarded house into a, you know, what would become a 3-story addition. Well, no, I guess it would, well, partially 3, but certainly a 2-story addition elevated off the ground that would then engage the mansard in some way and sort of be an extension of the existing mass. I mean, do you see your way clear to doing that too? If it's detailed correctly?
I think it's conceivable with the right design, but I mean, I mean, you're getting at probably the obvious point that if you just sort of started again rather than looking at where we are now, and you said, well, where should this addition be? You'd say, well, plunk it on the ground and have it come up the 2 stories, and it'll be underneath the cornice, and we're almost finished. But it's the you know, particularities of the plan and the interest in the parking space on site that obviously is putting us in this position. It's obviously desired by the applicant. I'm just getting to the point that it may not be necessary for a project.
Right. And the applicant, do you really think that car can get in and out as you diagrammed it? It seems pretty uncertain to me. Have you actually tested that and mocked it up?
We've mocked it up. We haven't hired any transportation consultants or anything, but
No, you don't need a transport.
we've done our own analysis, and we feel that it can work. I mean, anecdotally, I've parked in alleys like that in DC before. It takes a couple of turns, but you get in, you know, and
Right.
so yeah. Could we look at a different sheet?
If you didn't have the parking space and brought everything down a story, and I don't know, maybe even put the roof deck on top of the side addition. I don't know if that's a great idea or not, but it's right against the commercial district, so it might not be too bad. I mean, is that an alternative? It just seems trying to get to the roof with the spiral stair is really, I realize you get some program space on the 3rd floor, but I'm pretty optimistic, but I don't see how you can really make this side addition go up the full height. Have you looked?
I think the main question on feasibility is parking will be a requirement of most buyers here, and on-site parking, that is. So
Yes.
yeah, and that's really where the other shoe drops, I guess.
Right. Even more so than the roof deck.
Probably so. Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess, all right, we'll have other people to hear from, I suppose.
Could I ask that we skip to a different page, because there's some other views and plans that I think are, if we could go to A101, let's say, we could look at the floor plan and 3D views. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, or A102, either one. Thank you.
Other questions from board members? Right. We don't have anyone registered to speak on this application, but we do have the letter in the record from Historic Mount Pleasant. indicating that they're not in support of the concept. Did you also meet with the ANC?
I started communicating with the single member district, Matthew Brandenburg, about 6 weeks ago. We've traded emails. He said that he needed the HBO report first before we could present to the ANC. So I guess that would be a next step for us. We have not presented to the ANC.
So typically what they mean by that is they would like some indication from the staff as to like this application coming before the board. But it is, I can't say it's a requirement, but it is strongly advised that applicants present to the ANC before they come to the board so that the ANC has an opportunity to participate in this process in the way that the law allows, with them being able to give great weight to the board or the board to give great weight to their resolution. And so by presenting to them before you come to us, they can submit a letter to the board indicating their position, and we can give that strong consideration in our decision.
Okay.
So your process should be reversed.
Okay, I think I was maybe wrongly advised on that then, because we had time to go to that ANC meeting and I requested it, but I think they wanted to see the report first. So,
yeah, they typically like to just have at least a file number or something before they can.
I see.
Submit their letter, but at any rate, it would be good to get their input. Historic Mount Pleasant has submitted their letter indicating generally they're in support of the staff report.
Interestingly, I think, who I met with Historic Mount Pleasant, I felt like the meeting went better than what we got from the person I didn't meet with here, who wrote the letter. So I felt like it was more constructive and more, rather than an all in all, no, it was tweak this, tweak that, see if you can massage this. And I think we've answered pretty well. But again, I just want to point out, if the board sees a way, maybe it's me asking you to design this for me in a sense, but is there a mansard solution here? I mean, if I can just ask bluntly, if we did a subordinate mansard on a third floor, maybe particularly the architects, do you feel like this would be more feasible or more approvable?
I think historically, if you're looking to do something that's contextual as a solution, historically this style of architecture would have a mansard on the primary building, but any additions would not have that dramatic of a roof form or shape. They typically would have a shed or a flat roof or some other lower profile roof to allow really that mansard to shine on the primary structure.
Okay.
I think I sort of defer to Tim, but who does think it's possible. I hate to disagree with him. I think it's very challenging one thing about the existing addition, as Gretchen said, it's clearly subsidiary, it has a flat roof, and you'd be altering the character of the house as viewed from the diagonal view from Mount Pleasant Avenue as well as Kilbourne Street and the alley, obviously, by trying to make it a mansard, and you're changing that sort of character defining feature of a elevated one-story sleeping porch to something that's trying to be part of the big house. And I don't quite see that happening somehow.
Yeah, staff again. The footprint, the expression of this mass has a much bigger impact, both because what Mr. Horsey pointed to, the sort of prominence from an intersection, but also just because of this relationship to the sort of lowering effect of the cornice on the mansard. It just has an outsized impact on the property. And the other odd thing about it is the fact that there is void underneath this addition. So it doesn't come to the ground. It would feel a very odd thing to have an actual mansard on top of this thing and then have no base whatsoever. It's sort of kind of we're trying to do something classical that is not anything at all classical.
Right, I
I
agree.
mean, I can think of plenty of like Georgetown mansarded houses that have rear wings that are lower and have their own mansards. That in itself is not the problem. In fact, a third floor is not the problem. The problem is how it relates to the existing building and particularly the third floor of it. So the only way I could conceive of going is to keep it in sort of a porch-like language, that it's not ridiculous, that it has void underneath it, that it's in fact supported somehow beneath it with posts or whatever that support the thing visually as well as structurally, and that it's lightly framed and feels subordinate. It doesn't bring a big boxy mass up against a mansard, which should feel that it's free and surrounded by air. But as I said, I mean, the obvious easy thing is, oh, you don't have the parking space and you just put 2 stories on grade and you're almost all the way home.
Right, it's like you're doing too much with this side addition, and you have to give something up. And it's the program at the third floor level. If you can get rid of, I mean, I could be open to a balustraded version of what's there now, so that you could have a roof deck over this addition. I think that might be interesting, given that it backs up to the commercial district and not other residential properties. I think and a railing on top of this sleeping porch idea is not unheard of. I don't know how you resolve it when it meets the mansard, but I think that's a lot easier than trying to add another story. But it's just, you've got too much program in this poor little addition, and it's just too much. So you have to give something up. And I'm not sure what it is, either the parking space or the third floor program. I don't know how others feel about roof deck on top of the sleeping porch, but which would be clearly obvious and in view. But
Okay.
Do others have an input on that?
Well, I think what we should do for now is just see if there are any remaining questions. The board will deliberate. It will just be the board at that point. No longer discussion with you, but if anyone has questions for you, now would be our opportunity. Our last opportunity. All right. Okay.
Could I make just maybe one final?
Yes, absolutely.
Which is, and I know that historic preservation boards and offices run up against this question all the time, but I think real world feasibility is something that is important to underline. That it's a beautiful house and it can be beautiful again. It was beautiful when it was built and was probably that for many years. It's not now, and it's in disrepair and neglected, and to make a try at bringing it back to life. And I think we certainly have the support of the next door neighbor. They just recently wrote a very nice letter hoping that we get positive feedback. So I think it'd be what's right for the building, as long as we can find a way to do it sensitively with the input that you've given us today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is the board ready to deliberate? I think if we could start then, a couple of issues here that we should address. One is whether demolishing the sleeping porch is appropriate if the board feels this is a character defining feature, as the staff has defined it. And then if so, then what's appropriate as the addition here? So I'd be open to hearing from board members on this as a start.
Thanks, Chair Heath. I'll start, I guess, and my colleagues can react or comment certainly. I do think because of the positioning and the unique shape of the lot and the character of it, that it is a character defining feature. We have in Mount Pleasant had a lot of sleeping porches along alleys and alley frontages, but this has not only the alley frontage, but a primary street frontage, public right of way. And so I do think it's a primary character defining element. of the building. And so I think the comment that we heard from staff about making the addition more like a sleeping porch would be appropriate. That I think what's shown is just too much for what could exist there. And I think relative to the applicant's comments about the neglect of the house or the deterioration of it, I think it's a shame that whoever owns this property has let it go into disrepair. And certainly that there are funds and resources available within the district to help mitigate that. And there are multiple solutions for different types of additions to allow for flexibility and reuse of properties. And certainly there have been a number of ideas and things that have been explored. Even there are some that are suggested by Historic Mount Pleasant in their letter as well. So I think there's some opportunity, and the staff report also identifies specific things that could be explored with the applicant.
Okay.
So are you saying that, I mean, because it has been neglected, and as Tim said, it was a tax credit project. You could put it all back. I took photographs that I'm looking at here myself, more detailed photographs, and you know, it's not falling down. You know, the windows seem reasonably straight and all that stuff, but it clearly has been neglected. And so I think, I mean, are we agreeing with Tim, or do we agree with Tim that it can be removed if something similar in character and massing were put back in its place? I mean, are we saying that, or are we saying that what's there has to stay and be restored?
Yeah, I'll clarify just from my perspective, Outerbridge. I think that so because it's not a primary character defining feature, but a character defining feature, that I would be comfortable with the removal and something that's contextual and similar in mass and form being replacing it. That's what I think about the element.
I would agree with that. So maybe should we get some consensus on that, Marnie?
Yeah.
Commissioner Showers, Barbara, I would agree with that as well.
Me too.
Okay.
All right. Go ahead, Outerbridge.
Well, I was going to say, so the next thing is what goes back in its place, and I think we're saying that a third floor mansard is just, it's hard to imagine that it could work, and it would change the character of this subsidiary side addition that's supposed to look like a sleeping porch. I mean, for you to change your design to make it look like a sleeping porch is pretty straightforward, but with the third story, especially with the volume, even if you put walls underneath it to take it to grade, it would still be open at the front or something. And I think that's somewhat problematic. So I think we're all clear that we would see it, you know, replication of the massing is what they're now in a different form, similar to the architecture that's there. But the third story is just, it's a separate issue and much more challenging. So we could encourage you to come back with two options, a third story mansard if you think it can work, and if Tim thinks it can work, and maybe a second story a two-story addition, similar to what's there, and with whatever programming adjustments you have to make. Do we think that a deck on the roof of this could work? I mean, looking at my photographs, the roof of this, the mansard's a little funny because the mansard sort of starts halfway up the windows on the third floor, so it's unusual in that way. But it's pretty clearly resolved from a design point of view by the original architect. But the top of the roof here is about, I would say, 3 feet below the mansard. So there's plenty, I think there's enough room for railing. Do we think that a deck could occur on top of this side addition if the neighbors didn't oppose it? And
Yeah, I mean, I'd be open to looking at that if the applicant wants to explore it. Seems like it could work. Right? Do we want to take any vote on this today, or would the board support letting the applicant go back to make revisions and then come back to us
Yes, and talking to the ANC, as you mentioned.
Yeah, I was gonna say that too.
Yeah, I think that is important too.
Yeah.
And now, you know, if the ANC is asking you for a staff report, you can send them what the staff has produced and let them know that you're working on making revisions such that you will get a revised staff report that hopefully supports your project as you work through the comments of the board and staff. And I would also encourage you, as you make revisions, to go back to Historic Mount Pleasant as well. Because I'm sure they would want to see this developed and would likely provide you with another letter. Again, hopefully in support.
Madam Chair, I just had a comment too. If the applicant is going to come back with additional design elements to Outerbridge's point, like a deck or, you know, anything to sort of, I guess, offset, you know, the challenge that they're having with the sleeping porch, I would like to get an understanding of what else similar is in the neighborhood. I know sometimes when we get presentations, either staff will do it or the applicant will do it, but if there are going to be additional design elements, I just want to get a feel for if it's sort of compatible or contextual with the rest of the neighborhood, if that makes sense.
That would be helpful.
Yes, yes. And just to anticipate a little bit, if you do have the deck, you know, having a full height head house for the stair is probably going to be complicated too. So, you know, having an open stair that takes on rainwater in some way would probably be better. I mean, it can be done. But I just kind of warn of that. But maybe it could work. I don't know.
All right. And we'll end this hearing for today and allow you to go back and work with staff and the community to make your revisions.
Great. Thank you very much for your time.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
All right. We're ready for our last application before our lunch break, which is in Tacoma Park at 523 Cedar Street. And this is coming back to the board. Are you ready to, staff ready to make your presentation?
Yeah, sure. As you said, this is a returning concept for new construction in the Tacoma Park Historic District. At last month's meeting, the board offered a variety of comments to the applicant on reducing the height and size of the house, looking at the roof form, and simplifying the design, as well as looking at the site plan. The applicant has responded to the various recommendations of the board. The elevation of the house has been lowered on its lot by 2 feet, so that it is that lowers it in relationship to the surrounding flanking houses. The roof ridge has been centered on the house and lowered, and the back has a continuous shed dormer, as was recommended by one of the board members as a way to retain significant square footage on that third floor. The width of the house has been reduced by 2 feet. It's pulled now 10 feet off of the east property line rather than 8 feet. And the second floor projection has also been reduced in its width from 5 feet to 2 feet. I've worked with the applicant a little bit on encouraging some additional fenestration on the sides. As you know, when houses are seen in perspective view, we want to make sure that side elevations of detached houses like this have sufficient fenestration, and that has been responded to. And a dedicated lead walk out to the sidewalk has been provided, rather than simply walking up the driveway as was shown in the previous site plan. So we think all of these changes are very positive and improve the compatibility of the house with the historic district. There is one additional recommendation that we want the board to consider and the applicant to consider that we put in the staff report. It's still a good sized new construction project, and while it's been simplified in its design, we're wondering if going to an all frame vocabulary rather than treating the first floor as brick and the second floor as frame, simply unifying the cladding to all clapboard on both floors, or perhaps clapboard on the first floor and shingles above, or something that's a little bit less of a sharp contrast between the materials, might unify the design a little bit more, and just sort of bring it together in a way that we thought might be beneficial to consider. So with that, I will pass it on to the applicant for him to walk you through the pages of the plans.
Excellent, thank you. Is the applicant ready?
Yes, I am.
Right, you can proceed, thanks.
All right. Yeah, as Steve has mentioned, we have tried to address most of the comments that we received on our initial presentation at your last board meeting. So on this particular drawing, we show the relationship of the neighbor residences on the right-hand side of the page to our lot. Our lot is the subject lot that's at the center top of the right side of the frame. On the left side, we have provided the center lead walk that comes from the entry steps to Cedar Street, as Steve has recommended. Next slide, please. These are floor plans of the residence, which generally show a lower basement level on the left-hand side, and the primary first floor level on the right-hand side, a center entrance to the primary level with dining and living left and right of the main entry, and a family living space at the rear with the kitchen and family room with a small office that's at the rear on the first floor. So this is a dramatically sloping site. So this rear elevation, we're anticipated it being at grade on the first level, so that you have access to the rear lot and the garage. Next slide, please. And this is the second floor and the attic space. Second floor has 4 bedrooms and 3 baths on the second floor. On the right side, the attic space has been reduced considerably as far as clear space below the new roof. So the reconfiguration of the rear bedroom was required because of the low shedding roofs on both the right and left at the rear. At the front, it is below the primary roof, and so the center space happens just above the stairwell, the new ridge that is centered on the main body of the house. Next slide, please.
Excuse me, can you point out on that plan, is that dashed line? If we could go back, please. Is that dashed line in the bedroom on the 3rd floor, and the dashed line to the left, is that the shed dormer?
Correct. And the right side comes just to the left side of the bathtub, so it's kind of below that wall.
Understood. Thank you.
So that space to the right is actually a shedded storage space that's below the sloping roof.
Thank you.
And this is the new elevation from some of the original comments from Steve. We provided wood railings as opposed to the metal railings we originally had. Eliminated some of the clear story windows that were above the primary windows, and have a shed dormer as opposed to an A-frame dormer on the 3rd level, and again have lowered the roof and lowered the building at grade. So this is the new elevation. Next slide, please. And this is just a rendering that we did to show the context of the new residence to the adjacent properties. As you can see now, the existing residence on the right is significantly more presence than our building, which originally it was not. And we kind of transitioned from the higher residence on the right to the lower residence on the left, even though I think the residence on the left is probably as high as our new proposed construction, but the grade slopes as it goes to the left. So it now appears lower than our house because of the grade positioning and sloping up the grade in that westerly direction. Next slide, please. And so these are kind of 3D perspectives of the new centered roof. You can see that the A-frame now is centered over the primary portion of the building. And the house has been lowered, and it also shows the lead walk to the center of the residence. And as Steve mentioned, we did some additional fenestrations on the right side and left side to kind of improve those views from perspective as you see from Cedar Street. Next slide, please. And this is the rear. The top rendering is the rear. It shows the shed roof on the third level to try to capture some additional space on that level in both the lower and upper views. Next slide, please. This is a section, showing the lower third level, and again we lowered the primary first floor level, so you can see that we'll have a dip in the grade, so there'll be some excavation that will be required at the rear, so that we can get the first floor rear level to come out at grade. So there'll be some grading changes at the rear to accomplish that. Next slide, please. So this is the elevation, contextual elevation of the neighboring houses. Again, the house on the right, our house at the center, and then the house on the two houses on the left. And you can see the grade line is the actual grade from the contours that we received from our survey. So that's actual vision of the grade as it goes along the street just in front of the houses. Next slide, please. Just a site plan view of the contextual location of our house relative to the adjacent houses. Next slide, please.
So I have a question, please. As we're
Yeah.
looking at this, I wasn't clear on the initial drawing, the site plan.
Mhm.
Is the front of your porch going to be no closer to the street than the adjacent porches on
Correct.
either side?
That is correct. Yeah,
Okay.
I think the rendering of this front area kind of indicates it as a block, but the front of our house is in alignment with the two adjacent houses, and the porches are in alignment with two adjacent porches.
Very good, thank you.
Next slide, please. Yeah, again, contextual view with the adjacent properties. And you can kind of see the grade changes as you go from our site to the adjacent sites. And I think ours is the highest point on the block. And so it did give it an appearance that it was a lot bigger and taller than adjacent properties. And the next slide, please. I think that's it.
That's it.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for addressing the board's comments.
Yes.
In your revisions, this has definitely come a long way since the last time you presented to us. Does the board have any questions? We do have Faith Wheeler registered to speak on this project this morning. So we can, if the board's okay with this, we can hear from Ms. Wheeler and then come back to the board for final questions. Juliana, do you have Faith Wheeler on the line?
This is Juliana speaking. Faith is not on the line.
Oh, okay. I was hoping she would be because we don't have new letters from anyone in Tacoma Park. We just have their letters from the previous hearing addressing the previous concept submission. Great.
Chair Heath, I thought there was a letter from Sarah Green that was submitted in the last day or so.
Let's see. It's from June 28th, so it's a month ago. Unless there's something that didn't make it into the box.
This is Juliana speaking. We did receive something. I can put it into the box.
Okay. Okay, then any questions from board members?
So I just had a question. Steve, you mentioned some fenestration issues that you were going to try to work with the applicant on. Were those on the, I guess it's the east side of the house, the driveway side that we saw in the renderings?
Correct.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, now we have those letters. Thank you, Juliana. So,
Sarah feels like it's still not sufficient enough.
yeah, I see that.
Let's see what Faith says.
What was that comment? Sorry.
Sarah, short summary of Sarah's letter is that she doesn't feel like the changes are sufficient enough.
Well, one thing that I noticed about this is that I'm a little concerned about the plane of the front facade of the house. And what's unusual about the current house that we're reviewing is that the plane of the second floor facade is actually farther forward than the first floor. So, and I think that ideally the plane of the second floor facade would be the same plane, and the porch is unusually shallow. I don't know what the depth of the porch is, but all that is to say that I think the appearance of this house will be that it's that it's appreciably closer to the house in a way that one would notice that closer to the street.
Right.
And I think ideally it would be set back so the plane of the second floor facade was in the same plane as the one to the houses to the either side. So I don't know how we address that, Mr. Banks. But I guess we're just deliberating now. So anyway,
No,
that's
we're still
my.
taking questions. We're still taking questions.
Oh, okay. So can you address that?
Yeah,
The plane-
you're saying that the plane of the second floor is forward, is forward of the first floor?
Yeah, you showed in that section that you showed, the section front to back.
Let's see.
Yeah, right there. I got that right?
Yeah, yeah,
And it's
you know,
a shallow,
I don't.
and it's a
yeah,
shallow porch to boot, so.
Yeah, actually, I think that probably is not correct. I think the alignment of the first floor and the second floor should be the same. I'm
Okay,
not
well,
sure
that
if
will
that's,
help.
that may be a drafted error, but I think
Okay.
the alignment of the first and second floor will be the same. It should
And
not
how
step
deep is the
forward.
porch?
I think
And
the
how deep-
porch is about 8 feet deep,
Okay, all
front to
right.
back.
Well,
Yeah.
Okay,
And we do have Miss Wheeler's testimony now in the record, indicating that she doesn't think this concept fits. So, her testimony says, the house is big with many angles, many pitches, many roof forms, an entire first floor exterior in brick. The railing on the porch looks like it's metal rather than wood, and the windows are unlike anything she recalls in historic Tacoma. I thought we addressed the railing issues at the last hearing. Did you change those to wood?
We did.
Okay. And then.
You know, we're limited by, you know, what the renderings show, but the
Sure.
the railings are wood. I think there were originally just one inch diameters, and now they're two by two squares. So each balustrade is a 2 by 2 wood balustrade.
Okay, great. And then Steve made the comment about the materiality, particularly the brick, at the first floor. Is that something you're willing to revisit?
Sure. You know, I think my client was looking for something that was durable and maintenance free, at least at that first level. But certainly we can you know, present that to the owner, and if that's a requirement to get approval, I think they would certainly be receptive to it. But it's something I do need to confirm with my owner.
Yeah, I thought that was a good idea, by the way.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do as well. I think that will help it look more of the character of historic Tacoma. Are there other questions from the board?
Monique, I have a question. This is Steve. Outerbridge, when you were talking about the alignment of the first and second floor on the facade, which I think is a good idea, I just want to be clear. You're looking to make sure that the second floor gets pulled back, not that the first floor gets pulled forward.
Yes, yes, and because it's a shallower than normal porch, ideally, I'm just afraid this whole house is still too far forward relative to the houses on either side. And it's a big house, and it'd be great if it was smaller, but you know, we've come some distance in making it more compact. But I just think if it can be, make sure that it doesn't project forward of the houses on either side at the second floor level, I think that's important.
Got it. Thank you.
Other questions? And is the board ready to deliberate? Okay. I think we've just heard one recommendation with shifting the second floor back to align with the first floor. I'm certainly in support of that. I would also support the materiality changes Steve has noted to eliminate the masonry at the first floor. It sounds like the community would also be in support of that, given the testimony that we received in the record from Ms. Wheeler. I do think that, you know, this house has gotten, as Outerbridge calls it, more compact. It's certainly smaller. The footprint of it looks more comparable to the neighboring houses. So I think from that perspective, it has improved. There's still some fussiness with the detailing that I would like to see made simpler. I mean, the sort of M shape of the front roof, I think, is more than this house needs. I think it could just be a simple shed roof. And that would be more in keeping with the character of historic Tacoma. Otherwise, I think the changes that have been made are very positive, and I would be willing to support this concept.
What do you, Chair Heath, what do you and Outerbridge, what do you think about the proportion of the second floor windows on the front as it relates to the other windows? A little more squat than the others. And I wonder if it might help to not only simplify the roof line on the front, but also to, you know, have the proportion of those windows be a little more similar to the other windows. only because it might not be a 4/1, but maybe it should be a 6/1 or something that's more similar to other typical details in Tacoma Park, or a 1/1.
I would
Yeah.
support that.
I agree with that. I think, you know, the front facade, it is quirky, but I think those two gables do help to kind of break down the scale of it and the size of it. And it's sort of looking to the houses to the left, they've got sort of similarly scaled elements. So my only concern with eliminating them and having a straight eave is that it'll just be the big house.
It'd be
And
like a big unibrow and
right, right.
That's
And then
possible. Yeah.
it is a little quirky, but you know, I don't think it's I think that may be okay. I agree with Steve about the east side. I don't know, I mean, those windows just are from another universe. So using windows that are more in character with the vocabulary of the front.
Yeah.
And if you kept the gables the way they are, you could make the height of those windows taller on the second floor. And the
Yeah.
one in the middle could stay short.
I actually agree with you, Outerbridge. Can we see the photo with the color where where you can actually see the materiality and the brick on the bottom? I just wanted to see that again.
Yeah, and there are the windows on the side that
Yeah.
Steve's going to work on.
I think it's if you can look at the third slide, might show the front.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think if you take away some of the as Martinique called it, the M-lookingness of it, which I actually like. I like that term.
That
I
was
understand that term. Yeah, I think if you take that away, then it just looks like a big unibrow, like Gretchen said. So I don't.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
it's hard. It's hard because it's a big house.
I think for me, there's the combination of that and those pieces that look like bracing, but they're just decorative. There's just a lot of.
It's a lot
going on still.
It's a lot going on. And to Gretchen's point, the windows as well. It's a lot going on. Yeah.
Yeah, I would support some simplification with the understanding that this does, it does want to disguise its size.
We talk a little bit about the front lead walk, and is that really possible what you're showing there?
I mean, given the grade.
Won't you, I mean, you're pushing the whole front grade down like that?
Well,
Don't you need some steps at the front?
Yeah, I think we'll probably wind up with maybe, 1 or 2 steps within the full length. It doesn't need to be a set of steps, but there may be a step or 2 or 3 that may happen from the entry steps to the sidewalk.
Right, or at least to the in the stone wall, you might have some steps.
Yes.
Right, okay. All right.
Any other comments? Okay. Then I'll make a motion that we support the revised concept and ask that the applicant continue to work on revisions with staff as they develop the project further.
I would second that.
Okay. So any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Okay, then the motion carries. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I wanted to put on the record that I was abstaining from the vote.
Okay, great. Great to have you join us. I hadn't realized you were on. Great to see you. We're at the point of our break for lunch. If the board wouldn't mind, given the number of applications we have on our schedule for the afternoon, if we could still stick to coming back at 12:15, will that work? Maybe let's say 12:20. Give us a little more buffer.
That works.
Okay, we'll resume at 12:20. See you all in a little bit. Afternoon, it's now 12:20. So we're ready to resume our afternoon hearings. We'll start with 1839 19th Street in DuPont Circle Historic District. Is staff ready to make your presentation?
Yes, Madam Chair, this is Ann Brockett, and
I think it's 1837, but yeah.
It is 1837.
Okay.
Thank you. What we're going to look at right now is a proposal to add 2 stories to a corner property located at 19th and T Streets in DuPont Circle. The building was constructed in 1881, and it was built as a grocery store with a residence above. It was used shortly after that as also as a saloon, and then later became a single-family residence. The proposal is to add units by extending the 50-foot building by an additional 26 feet in length. The design is both lower than and set in from the existing building, continuing the pattern of stepping down along the T Street side and sitting back from the sidewall by a foot. These gestures help differentiate the addition from the original building. And overall, the HPO is supportive of the proposed addition. It's compatible with the historic district and the building to which it's being added. The height, orientation, and massing of the addition are consistent with historic precedents and are appropriate for a corner building of this scale. New window and door openings are punched on the side and rear of and at the basement level, which are fully below grade and covered by grates. These alterations are subtle and in keeping with how buildings have been adapted and modified over the years. The primary aspects of the design that HPO thinks need further attention are the design of the side bay. When the applicant initially asked about putting on a side bay, I think we were thinking it would be more of a 1-story storefront type projection. But as that evolved, it became 2 stories, and I'm not sure that the design that's in the package is really one that's appropriate for a small building that reads as a single-family residence with a commercial on the front only. So the HPO is recommending that the design be explored perhaps by increasing the solidity of the corners, reducing the glazing, and adding windows to the sides of the bay. All details of the trim, cornice, and fenestration also need fleshing out as the concept application develops towards permitting. The other aspect of the plan that needs some attention is the rear elevation. It is fully visible from the street, so we feel that it also needs to be responsive to the historic character of the district. We asked that the design be revised, and it has been, in reducing the amount of glazing on the 2nd floor to be more traditionally sized punch windows here. But the staff still finds the use of a cantilevered balcony to be incompatible in the way it's designed with this corner building. Usually balconies, usually at the rear, but particularly where it's visible, a balcony would rest on top of an addition that's underneath it. And assuming that the applicant doesn't want to set back the upper floor, I would suggest that a Juliet railing across the double door be a more appropriate way to handle this aspect of the design. As the plans developed, items to be further considered with staff are the discrete location of meters and HVAC equipment, details of the restoration of the facade, walkways, fencing, things of that sort. And I should note that the proposal does include restoration of the storefront facade, as well as opening up some side windows that have been made shorter, bricked in, and those are both welcome additions to the project. Combined with the straightforward design of the addition and with consideration of the staff's comments, regarding the bay and the rear elevation, we are recommending that the board approve the concept as consistent with the character of the historic district and delegate final approval to staff, and that the HPRB approval not be construed as support for any necessary zoning relief.
Okay, thank you, Anne. Is the applicant ready to present?
Hi there, this is Abby Cronin. I'm the architect for the project to present.
Okay, you can start.
Can you all hear me okay?
We can, yes.
Great. Thank you for having us today. I'm joined by Aaron Mullen, the property owner, and Alyssa Stein with EHT Traceries. As Anne mentioned, 1837 19th Street is located at the corner of 19th and T Northwest. The photo that you see on the left-hand side here is a 1940s photo, but you can see our unique corner lot in the dense and vibrant DuPont Circle neighborhood. Next slide, please. Here we have an aerial of the block. Our property is located at the northwest corner there with the red outline. Again, 19th Street is on the left-hand side and T Street is at the top of the page. As Anne mentioned, we have a corner lot with visibility from 3. Along the bottom are some photos of the existing property. So the west elevation, which is the 19th Street elevation, is bottom left. The north elevation, or the T Street elevation, is there second from the left at the bottom. The alley or rear elevation is that east elevation, third at the bottom. And then the image at the right is showing a view down that public alley, which is at the rear of our property. I think it's worth noting that we have done different community engagement to date. We had a community meeting followed by a site visit with some of our adjacent neighbors, the immediate neighbor at 1835, the property to our south, and the neighbor across the alley on T Street. We also have been in front of the ANC Land Use Committee, the full ANC, and the DuPont Circle Conservancy. So, and we are committed to continuing that engagement throughout the duration of the project. If you go to the next slide, please. These are some images of the existing condition. 2 views taken both from the north side on the left-hand side. So as you see, we have a existing two-story structure with a cellar. There is an existing 1-story shed at the rear facing the alley. The long side of the property, again, is the T Street elevation, and the 19th Street elevation is the front elevation. You can see the upper right image is a aerial view of the lot. You'll notice that our property is smaller than our neighbors, both in terms of height and in terms of lot coverage. So it is a unique corner site, as we've talked about. 2 site drawings to point out here. The bottom right is the existing site plan with the property line shown with the red dotted outline. And then just above that is the existing landscape plan. So the front 19th Street entrance has a landscaped brick patio. And then along T Street, there's a wooden fence and a grass side yard with a walkway from the front to the back. And you'll notice that there is an entrance on the side, the T Street elevation. We're looking to maintain both the 19th Street and T Street doors in the proposed rear addition. The next image, the next slide, please. So here, these are some diagrams just looking at the current building. As Anne mentioned, the existing building is 50 feet, and we're looking to add the rear addition an additional 26 feet. You'll see the photos at the bottom represent the the neighboring conditions along the alley, you'll notice that along the block that the properties all extend out to the alley much further than our current building does. And so the rear addition is in context with the neighboring properties with their structures in the rear. Next slide, please. These are some 3D proposed views of the rear addition and how it relates to the existing. So if we look at the image in the upper left, the existing building is on the right-hand side with the rear addition on the left. You see the two-story projecting bay and the punched openings that match the openings of the existing. And then you see at the rear, the punched openings with the balcony that Anne mentioned as part of the staff report. The other thing worth noting there is along the T Street elevation, that long elevation of the existing, you see an existing railing right up at the building. That's the existing light well, which we're proposing to extend. And we'll look at that in a little bit more detail as we go along here. The image at the bottom left is just a different angle, which shows you the front of the property, the 19th Street elevation. And then bottom right is the proposed footprint of the rear addition shown in the light gray, adjacent to the existing shown in the dark gray, with the setback, as Anne mentioned, from the T Street elevation with the projecting bay. And the landscape plan above that, we're proposing keeping the landscaped brick patio at the front, continuing the grass side yard, replacing the fence, and adding a 3-foot wide brick walk to the side door that faces the T Street elevation. Next slide, please. Again, this is a diagram showing that we are asking for a BZA variance, and we have our hearing scheduled in September with BZA to discuss that request. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, the neighborhood is characterized by residential uses with that occupy large portions of the lot. So the rear addition shown here with the white rectangle is in keeping with the context of the neighborhood. So again, we'll speak about the zoning with BZA in September. Next slide, please. These are existing floor plans. As I mentioned, it's a 2-story structure with the cellar and a 1-story shed at the rear. And if you go to the next slide, please. These are the proposed floor plans. We're looking at 3 total units, family sized. So the first unit shown in dark green is at the front of the property, front door facing 19th Street. You would enter in there, which is the first floor is the middle plan. You would enter from the left-hand side through the dark front door at the storefront. And then that unit would have the second floor would be 3 bedrooms, 2.5 baths. In the rear, there would be a similar sized family unit that you would enter from the T Street elevation that's shown in the lighter blue or turquoise. That would be entered from a common hall off the T Street elevation, in which you would then go to, on the plan, you would go to the right and enter into the living level of that unit with, again, 3 bedrooms, 2.5 baths upstairs. And then there would be a 2-bedroom, 2-bath unit in the cellar. And we're looking to extend the light well to bring additional light down to the cellar level. And we can look at that in a little bit more detail. It's worth noting here that the existing meters are located at the cellar level. And if we find throughout through the course of coordinating. For the permit that we need new meters, we're proposing that those be added in the rear. The first level plan there has a note showing our proposed location, and I'll show you that when we look at the elevations as well. Next slide, please. So this is the proposed elevation along T Street. So the side elevation with the existing shown on the right-hand side and the addition shown to the left. As Anne mentioned, we're proposing to replace the windows in the existing building and restore the historic masonry opening heights, which have been reduced in some cases with some solid infill panels. We would then match those historic masonry punched opening sizes in the addition, flanking the projecting bay there in the middle. And in that drawing on the left-hand side of the rear addition, below the balcony that you see there, that hatched area is the location we're proposing to add new meters if required. Again, right now they are in the cellar level interior. And so as we coordinate, that's a proposed location, and we're happy to continue to coordinate with staff on that as we advance the project and learn more about what's going to be required related to the meters. And we're also open to continuing to coordinate and refine the detailing as recommended for both the windows and the projecting bay as we develop. And as Anne mentioned, that you see that the height of the addition steps down from the existing so as to continue that what the existing parapet does currently. If we go to the next slide, please. So here we have the east and west elevation. So on the left-hand side, this is the front elevation facing 19th Street. The photo at the top is the existing condition, just to give you some additional detail of what we're looking at. So we're proposing to remove the existing window bars at both levels to restore the storefront and replace the front door with glazing that would be in keeping with the glazing in the adjacent storefront. We're currently evaluating the existing condition of the historic storefront so that we can further define the restoration scope. And we look forward to continuing to coordinate that with staff as we continue to develop the design. The new elevation on the right-hand side is the rear elevation. This is the elevation that faces the alley with punched openings at the first floor and at the second floor with the openings, the height of the openings coordinating with the height of the punched openings on the side elevation. Here you can see the side of the projecting bay. In an effort to make the corners of the bay more solid, based on feedback, we remove the windows from the side of the bay, but we are open to continuing to study the bay and make sure that the detailing is in keeping with the residential character of the neighborhood. Next slide, please. So we put this rendering together to help look at some of the massing and materiality that we're proposing. There's some of the detailing, I have to say, that didn't come out quite matching the elevations, but I think it gives, like I said, the good communicates the materiality and the massing that we're looking at. So we're proposing that the rear elevation, the rear addition, be a stucco facade, which would be help to differentiate it from the existing, but complement it in terms of the scale and the color. We're proposing, as I mentioned, that the rear addition have punched openings that are matching the height and proportion of the existing punched openings, and that the two-story projecting bay would be wood in character, with the image on the right being a precedent image to kind of give the character that we've been thinking about for that bay. Again, we're open to continuing to detail that and discuss the finer details as we continue the design with staff. And then I mentioned replacing the existing windows and restoring the masonry, the height of the masonry openings, particularly on the first floor where they've been infilled, and then extending the light well along the length of the existing building, and replacing the railing, the fence along T Street with something that's more similar to the image on the right is the wrought iron railing that's up at the front. This is along the railing along 19th Street that surrounds that existing brick patio. Let's go to the next slide, please. I mentioned about the window well. So the images at the top are the existing condition where that light well is more or less in the middle of the side elevation. And what we're proposing is to keep that railing but extend the light well for the full length of the existing building. And as Anne mentioned, we've updated it to include grading for the extensions and maintaining of the historic rail at the center, and then adding a few additional punched openings at the cellar level to bring more light into that unit. Next slide, please. We put together some solar studies in response to questions from the neighbors about the impact of the addition on the light for the adjacent property. Given that our property sits at the north end of the block, there will not be an impact to the light on the neighboring property. But this series of solar studies, this one takes the winter solstice and looks at it throughout the day at 8, 12, and 4, taken from those two views from the northeast and the northwest. And then the next slide looks at it, same views taken at the summer solstice. And then finally, the next slide looks at it at the equinox. So again, given that the property sits at the north of the adjacent neighbor, we don't see an impact on the light as it relates to our neighbor. So that's what we've put together for you all today. Again, appreciate the time, welcome questions, and just thank you for having us today.
I just wanted to note that the Land Use Committee for the ANC, the Full ANC, and the DuPont Circle Conservancy also unanimously supported the project. So all three of those. Thank you.
Thanks, Alyssa.
Thank you. Are there questions from board members? The first question I'll ask, so of the applicant's architect, is you made the comment early on that there are other houses, I think along this row, you said, that have either additions or property that extends as far as yours does, but are any of those 2 stories? Seem to me from looking at some of the existing conditions that most of them were 1 story.
Yes, can we go back to one of the aerial views just for reference? I think they are largely 1 story as they extend. Go forward 1, please. Oh, no, back, where you were was good. I'm sorry. I think my screen's a little slower than you. Thank you. Is it possible to zoom in or not?
No, that it's not.
Okay, sure. Okay, well, we can look at this. So you'll see that the adjacent properties, they extend to the alley. Typically, they have the one story with the deck above. Some of them go a little bit further, some of them come back. So it's a combination. And if we look at the image that I had that had the photographs along the alley, that one there. So you see like 1829 there. You see that one is 2 stories out at the alley. You see like 18, then the grouping of 31, 33, 35. Those are the 1-story garages with the 2nd-story deck. And then you see like 1827 comes out, the main building comes out, I think, further than its adjacent neighbors, and then has the garage with the deck above. So it's a little bit of variety, but I think that helps to show the context. Does that answer the question?
That does.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board?
So I visited the site. Oh, go
I'm
ahead. Sorry.
Okay, this is Board Member Jones. A point of clarification. So there are no garages that are officially 2 levels. There's ones that just come to it or arbitrarily look like 2 levels.
So the 1829 property that you see the bottom right, that one I believe is 2 stories. And the other ones are the 1-story with the fence around the upper level deck.
Okay, I just wanted clarification because 1829 doesn't quite look 2 stories. But yeah,
Okay.
That's all. I just wanted clarification. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
So the windows on the, let's see, the north facade, the one we're looking at on the upper photograph. When I was out there, they are 2/2, all 5 of them, I believe. Is that correct? I mean, you
It's
showed
kind of
that
a
in one of your
hodgepodge.
drawings early on. You showed 2/2 there as existing conditions.
There are some 2/2. There's a couple that are other than 2/2. I think I feel
No,
like maybe
I'm talking about the 5. I'm talking about the 5 on the 2nd floor of the north facade are all 2/2. All the others are 6/6 or whatever.
Yeah.
So my question is, are those original? And also for Ann Brockett, are those original? And if so, or historic, and would they be retained rather than replaced?
I'm sorry, Outerbridge, you kind of broke up with your question. Could you repeat it?
Sure, the 5 windows on the 2nd floor of the north facade.
Yes.
So far, so
Right.
good?
Yep.
Are all 2/2 currently, with storm windows and grates and whatever.
Sure.
So are they historic? And if so, would they be retained?
I believe the proposal calls for replacing them. And we would want them to remain 2/2, which is the appropriate window type for the age of this building. I don't know if they are original or not. They likely are, but the ones on the first floor you can see in this photo have been bricked in.
I'm not concerned
Okay.
about the ones on the first floor. I'm
So the
only
second
concerned
floor,
about
we would hope to see on the original part of the building 2/2 windows installed.
And why wouldn't you want to see the existing ones retained?
If they're
they were in
reparable,
condition.
I mean, we would certainly support retention.
Right, I would ask you to look at that because they have storm windows and anyway, they seem pretty good to me, but whatever. So my other question for the applicant is, so what you call the side yard and the front yard is actually public space, correct?
Correct.
Right. We reviewed a corner store like this. I think it was on Capitol Hill a few months ago. And one of the characteristics of a corner store like this is the contribution, the sort of open space it gives to the corner, to the neighborhood, which a prior owner, I guess, has taken away, unfortunately, with this project. And you seem to be reinforcing the fact that you are going to appropriate the public space for property use. And when I went out there to the site, I did notice that there were cars parked in the public space component. There were 2 in the existing public space area. So can you assure us that that public space won't be used for additional parking? I know you show it in your plans, but plans only go so far.
So I agree, as you've seen, people have been parking in that side yard.
Right.
And we are proposing to return that to landscape with 2 spots within the footprint, within the property lines. I think we can continue to look at means to, as you said, reinforce that as we
Closing it off.
look at the design. Yeah, we can look at that.
And then my final question is regarding the new proposal is where did the bay window come from in terms of contextual design and the fact that this is a secondary elevation and in addition to a historic building, which is supposed to be, where did that come from and is it necessary?
From walking around the neighborhood, it seemed that I thought that the story bay would be, is characteristic of the neighborhood, and I think that we can come up with something that can be responsive to that. But the character of the neighborhood seems to have the 2-story bay throughout. I take your point about it being a rear addition. I take your point there, but I think that we can continue to refine the design to be within the keeping of the character of the neighborhood.
Right. No, I don't disagree. There are some lovely 2-story bays in DuPont Circle, no question about that. It's just the question of where they're located and what their relationship is in sequence of construction in historic buildings. All more questions right now. Thank you.
I just can I say one other thing?
Sure.
We are open to the 2/2 configuration of the windows. And we're evaluating the existing condition of the openings. So we'll continue to look at that. Thanks.
Any other questions from board members? We do have several people who have registered to speak today. We also have testimony in the record. Stephen McLean is the first person that we have registered. Stephen available?
Chair Heath, I do have Stephen on the line, but I'm not able to unmute them.
Okay. Let's come back to him then. We'll try Peter Winslow.
Hello, am I unmuted?
You are.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Peter Winslow, and I own the townhouse adjacent to the proposed addition. And obviously, if you've looked at the plans, for good reason, I oppose the project. First of all, I want to make a clarification. There was a discussion about the second floor in the back. My deck is over a garage, and the garage is at my basement level, and the deck is a deck that comes to about my waist on the first floor of my house. It does not go in any way up until the second story. And if you look, what this addition would do is block not only my deck, but go well above the deck and then block the entire second story of my house. So I'm the most impacted by this proposed addition because, as indicated, the plans include a 25-foot blank stucco wall adjacent to the back of my house, blocking my deck and going all the way up to the second floor of my house, blocking my balcony, which is set back, and blocking my light and all my views of the public space. So that's why I'm impacted. But I'm not going to talk about that. This is about the history now. And by the way, an area variance is needed, and I feel strongly, based upon my review of the rules, that an area variance wouldn't be allowed here for this rear addition anyway. But that's not the focus. The focus is the historic nature of the property, and this is the oldest property in the neighborhood, built in 1881. I did make a rather detailed submission, and I commend that to your reading. But in that submission, I made 6 points. And I'll just briefly summarize them and then leave it to the other speakers to elaborate on some of them. The first point is, let's face it, this is not a rear addition. It's really a new 2-story townhouse on T Street. There's no connection whatsoever to 19th Street. It's a mere tack on this historic building. There's the entrance is on T Street, and there's no attempt to coordinate this with the 19th Street property, other than a tack on to the back. So let's look at this for what it really is and evaluating it. It's a new 2-story modern townhouse on T Street. By the way, blocking my view and blocking the sight lines on the alley. Second, I want to point out that the ANC in its recommendation to you did not mention the fact that it had received many objections to this property that were submitted to it, including many on 19th Street on the same block, many on T Street on the same block, and the house on the corner of Swan Street that's on the alley. So there's, as far as I know, almost universal opposition for this among the immediate neighbors. Third, it's quite clear to me, just looking at their plans and knowing what is on T Street, that the proposed new townhouse is not in keeping with the late 19th century and early 20th century houses on T Street. And by the way, my house and the 2 houses next to it, including Steve McLean's, who is signed up to talk, were all built in 1915, and were all matching houses and form a very nice line along the alley. And all 3 of the garages, by the way, were built as a unit, with the neighbors acting together so that it would look very pleasing as you walk down that alley. And that pleasing look would be destroyed. All the way, another point I'll make is that in back of Steve's and my house is a majestic pin oak, which would be completely blocked by this new townhouse that's blocking the public view, the views of the public space. I'll let Jack Brady talk, who's an architect who lives across the alley from this proposed addition, talk a little bit about the incompatibility. My fourth point was that as I read the historic preservation guidelines, there are many inconsistencies, multiple inconsistencies with the design. But more importantly, I think what has to be pointed out here is that this is the rear of a historic building, and the current rear of that building has views on the north and the east side, which are very prominent, both to the alley and T Street. They would be permanently destroyed, which is, according to the guidelines, to be avoided. But in addition to that, this new addition would have 3 views: the north, east, and the south, even more prominent than the house itself in the views and the blocking of the views of the public space by traffic on T Street and in the alley. And by the way, that alley, since I know it because I look out at it every day, has the most foot traffic of any alley in the neighborhood. And that's because it's very picturesque with the tree and the pleasing sight lines along the back of those historic houses. The 5th point I made in my submission is that there are other design alternatives that are much more appropriate than this design, which does intrude on views of the public space and intrude on the back of that historic house. And finally, I want to urge the board to go back to request the staff to go back to the drawing board. I don't think it's appropriate to, and I think it's premature to delegate this design to staff. There are just too many gaping holes in it, and it's too inappropriate as it's currently designed to delegate to staff. At a minimum, this ought to be fleshed out in a little bit more detail with major changes before it's reconsidered by the board. Thank you very much. That's it. I thank you for your attention, and I urge you to reject this proposal.
Thank you. Do we have Stephen McLean still on the line and able to unmute?
Yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen McLean. My wife and I own 1833 19th Street. I apologize for my voice. I had surgery. My testimony will address my wife and I agree with architectural historian Catherine Mercedes' memorandum submitted by Capital Historic Trust. Mr. Mercedes suggests or states that the 2-story addition proposed by the rear of 1837 19th Street fails to meet HPRB guidelines on building additions. 1. The 2-story addition fails HPRB guideline 1-24. Rear additions from public street must be compatible with elevation of existing buildings. 2. 2-story addition fails HPRB guideline 2.1. Rear addition should respect setbacks established by existing buildings. 3. 2-story addition fails HPRB guideline 7.1. Rear addition should contribute to the character of the facade and the street. 4. 2-story addition fails HPRB guidelines 6.1. In addition to respect rhythm of building, its neighbors, and the street. HPRB, this proposed addition fails all of these HPRB guidelines and many other guidelines. We request that HPRB deny the application so the proposed rear addition is redesigned to meet HPRB guidelines. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. McLean. Do we have Jack Brady?
Oh, yes. Have I been unmuted?
Yes, you have.
Well, thank you. So the previous two opposition presenters, I thought, spoke from knowledge and from investigation. And you know, I will probably speak from my heart because that's kind of where I live. But I will tell you, I do recognize Dave Maloney's name and Tanya Beauchamp's name there. I have gone through this process since the 70s, since kind of the beginning of the development of DuPont Circle and a lot of neighborhoods that otherwise were pretty stagnant. And I am a supporter of quality solutions. I'm a supporter of solutions, and I've participated in some of them, and I'm proud of it. Recently, one of the bad ones was torn down in the 1700 block of T Street, and nothing made me happier than to take down an ugly project of my firm's. But so I feel badly being against something that I hope succeeds, and I hope it succeeds for many reasons. One, my wife and I've been here since 1976. I knew the previous owner and his wonderful landscaping. It benefited everybody. Two, I would like to acknowledge Steve McLean for planting this oak tree at the time when he went for an application to build a deck over parking. It wasn't a garage at the time, it was a carport. I have an old carport. I supported him. I just asked him to plant a tree. He planted two, one died, and the other one is magnificent. So this is not a neighborhood of no. I don't want that to get out because it's not true. But it is a neighborhood of we really, really care. And we are sophisticated enough to know that there are better and worse design solutions. And sometimes it doesn't start with the architectural solution. It starts with a development solution. My partner and I did as much in this town in the 70s, 80s, 90s of development, architecture, construction. Always had a goal, which was that they wouldn't tear it down because it was the wrong solution. So, the architecture that I'm seeing, I just kind of back away from it because I don't think it's the proper development starting point. So if it's been mentioned before, and I'll just go right on record, I believe a third story addition on that corner townhouse is doable. I'm not the architect. I won't tell you that HPRB turns around and does something different. But when I went to school in the 70s, 60s, two good architects in this town, two of the best, they would always say, how does the building meet the ground, meet the sky, and turn the corner? And I think that the solution to the development charge here has no opportunity to do any of that. You can't celebrate the building, in my opinion. So this is all my opinion. I don't think it celebrates the very historic corner that the lot occupies with all that public space. I mean, this is very significant. It is the first corner in the old city. I mean, Florida Avenue is just diagonal from it. I'd like to say that I just wish that more people thought like me. Maybe that's common, and could see that there's a solution here that would make the developer and the architect, would give them something to do that they could be really proud of. And the last thing I'll say, because I do have an ego, is that, and I've asked a few people to look at it, is that very recently, which in my life means in the last 10 years, we successfully developed 1817 Swan. It was a historic structure, two-story, African-American developer, African-American architect, had an empty lot next to it. I mean, had all the things. And we did everything, and we didn't have to go to BZA. So we worked with HPRB. There's a portion of that structure that I just was told about 2 weeks ago by a neighbor that he recalls it was called Steve Colcott's balcony. It's actually a deck up there. But Ann Lewis did architectural triage with us to get it right. And I'm incredibly proud of what happened in that process. And I would only It's just me. I've got no votes in anything. It's just me. But I would really hope that a pause would allow an investigation, because I'm not going to speak for anybody or any entity, any authority, but would a pause would allow to rethink really what's possible. You know, I will admit I'm the first. You get a design and you get stuck with it. At least I do. I speak for myself. I get a design and I got stuck with it, you know. And over the 40, 50 years, fortunately, I had other, you know, maybe better designs.
If you could stick to the historic preservation issues here, please.
See, I told you I was going to go off script. Well, I am in opposition, and you know, so let's get to the script. The east elevation of this addition looks right into my living room, and that east elevation has glazing. It had more single design glazing before, but that is the master bathroom and the master bedroom of somebody, and they're looking right into my living room. And I'm sure if we opened the windows, we could talk to each other if it were.
Again, historic preservation issues, sir.
Okay, well, I'm done because I can't follow rules. But
okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Great. Board members have any questions of any of the witnesses? Great. Then we will turn back to the applicant. You have an opportunity.
Yes, sorry, I do.
Go ahead, Albert.
Sorry. I noticed that the ANC letter, one of their is either a whereas or further resolve.
Yeah, they support after all those whereas.
That the ANC 2B encourages the applicant to continue engagement with neighbors to explore solutions to mitigate physical impacts of the new construction. This is regarding the BZA action on adjacent properties and address in a timely manner the concerns regarding the requisite zoning relief. So my question for the witnesses is there a process that's ongoing, and are you actively engaged with the developer to mitigate physical impacts, to discuss that? Is that going on now? Mr. Brady, any of the three witnesses?
Brady, Winslow, McLean.
We have not had any conversations. I see Aaron quite often because the vehicles that are parking on this property are working on another project of hers. I talk with the contractor, so she knows where I live and I know where, you know, she's working, and I'm in favor of continuing any conversation of substance.
Right. Okay. I guess we can ask the applicant the same question then when we get back to them.
Okay. Did you have other questions?
No. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So then the applicant can now address that and any other points from witness testimony.
There, this is Abby again. As I mentioned, we had a virtual community meeting, and we had a follow-up site visit with both Peter and Jack at Peter's property adjacent. We have continued to collaborate by email and have been sharing the updates as we have been developing them, so as to keep the neighbors in the loop as the design develops, and we're committed to continuing to that dialogue and that engagement throughout the project. So we have met with Peter and Jack both at the community meeting and the site visit, and have been keeping them apprised of the design development as we've advanced the concept.
Okay.
I don't think that actually answers the question. The question is, are you discussing exploring solutions to mitigate physical impacts of new construction on adjacent properties and address in a timely manner, i.e. before it comes to a vote at the ANC, the matter of the zoning relief you're requiring, which is exceptionally great, I would say. So have you talked about ways you might mitigate the physical impacts?
So we have talked about ways we might mitigate the physical impacts. We've talked about what the condition of the south elevation, the adjoining elevation with Peter's property might look like, so as to support his ongoing enjoyment of his balcony. We have talked about means in which to make the fenestration or the materiality of the building complement the historic, which was feedback that they requested. We've done the solar studies to address the concern about the impact to light that the addition might pose.
Great. I mean, certainly they'll all have a crack at this when they go to BZA, because all of those issues are relevant to that board. And so all of these witnesses with their light, air, maybe even some of the construction issues, mitigation issues, and have another crack at raising that. Any other questions from the board?
No, thank you.
Okay. Great. Then are we ready to deliberate on this? Before we do, I just want to state for the record some of the letters that we had in the file. I think I mentioned already Mr. McLean's letter. We also have one from, it's Barbara Zengler and Stephen McLean collectively. We have one from Peter and Dana Winslow, Jack and Gail Grady, Catherine, I'm gonna mispronounce this, I think, but Luasis, and then Karen Leonel, representing Capital Historic Trust. So just want to make sure that people know that we've seen those letters. Great. So if there are no further questions, then we'd be ready to deliberate. Turn my camera on as well. I don't know if there's anybody who wants to start here.
I'll actually start. This is Board
Okay.
Member Jones. Being honest, I feel like the second story addition is not compatible. The bay windows are problematic. I definitely think the second story is too high for that area. It just seems from the T Street side, it's not keeping with, and then to see from the back portion, it just seems a little bit too modern. And I have a concern with that.
Okay. I would agree with you that this feels too large for the site. The second story addition seems incompatible to me with the context of this block. Certainly there are buildings that are taller, but this is just it's a really unique condition being at this corner. The bay window just feels completely out of place in its current location. Yeah, I don't mind the modern character of this. I think some of that is probably the part of this addition that I like the best, but yeah, I think I would agree that it feels too large and the bay window is problematic.
Yeah, I agree with you, Chair Heath and Dr. Jones. I think that what's being proposed here is more like an extension of the building than an addition. And they seem to be sort of somewhat contextual, but wanting to be modern. And I think they need to be one or the other, because it ends up that the proportions of the window openings on the rear elevation look a little odd in comparison to the other, the other elevation. And so they need to commit one way or the other and then make this more of an addition to the existing building rather than a full extension of the building that never was there.
I would agree as well, Commissioner Jowers, Barbara. I think you've articulated exactly my feeling when I look at this. Yeah.
I agree with Mrs. Outerbridge Horsey. I agree with everything that you all have said. And although I'm not opposed to the idea of a second story addition. My problem with this is that this seems to be sort of arbitrarily considered in terms of distance and extension, and basically let's get as much as we can and provide parking, and with the zoning variance of 80%, which is I don't think I've ever heard of that in this kind of typical row house condition. Any case, one thing that occurs to me is that there's an incremental step down of the roof that's really interesting, I think, on the north facade. And a more sort of sensitive approach might take perhaps the largest step down increment, which is the center one, and use that as the length of the addition, which would reduce it by, I don't know, 7 feet or something, maybe more. I don't know what it is. It's 50 feet in all. Dividing that into thirds would be 17, but this one's slightly larger. Anyway, and then use I mean, this building, the facade is really interesting. I think the front facade is quite elaborate, and the glass work is really interesting. And the side facade is relatively restrained, but it's got these kind of decorative arches, which the rear facade doesn't have. But it has that restraint, and this addition really doesn't have that at all. So I think they could, just continue with the fenestration and almost make the addition sort of just disappear. It could step back a little bit more, step down a little bit more, perhaps. But I'm not opposed to 2 stories, but I just think it's much too long, and I am opposed to the bay window. I think and the balcony. So I don't know where. Part of me wants to hear what happens at BZA before we sort of make a recommendation. Because if we decide now and approve something, well, it sounds like we're not approving anything. So maybe we'll just leave it at that.
I think that could give us an opportunity to hear what happens at BZA. Because I would tend to agree with you. I like the idea of taking the length of that last section of the side facade, the lowest portion, and making that the depth. If this were more shallow, I could see 2 stories working more successfully. It's just really deep and tall. And so I think a compromise there could make this more successful. But
right. So it's over half. It's 27 feet. I think the original building is 50, so it's more than half the length of the existing building. It's really more than a third of the existing building. So for the addition. And as regarding the materials, I think stucco is not the right answer. I think even though it's painted, the brickwork has a texture to it and kind of diminishes the size of the wall, gives it a dimension, where stucco is just kind of, it has no dimension to it. So I would encourage either wood siding or even brick to maintain that sort of textural quality of the walls.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask about that, Madam Chair. Can we see the materials again, like the other slides that show that a little better? Perhaps not. That's okay.
Yeah, you may have to go back to your box
So
file.
okay, and find it in the box.
Yeah.
And the other thing I'll say is I don't think, with all respect to all who've commented, and I know the staff agrees with this, I don't think a third story, well, I don't know the staff agrees with it, but the ANC agrees, is I don't think a third story addition in this location could possibly work.
No, not at this corner.
Right.
Yeah, if this were in the middle of a block, there'd be a
Right, exactly.
Right. So then I think the most appropriate thing then, in keeping with what Outerbridge has just said, is to not take a decision on this today, let the applicant go before BZA, and then come back to us with something that is, you know, is inclusive of BZA comments or approval and board comments. And then we can review this again.
But don't we want to make clear that even if the BZA gives a variance for this size, that we're not supportive of it?
Well, I think that's definitely true, and we can be clear about that. This size, the board has unanimously said is not appropriate, or largely said this is not appropriate. It's too large and incompatible with this site. I think what the board has agreed on is that 2 stories might be appropriate if it were a shallower addition. And the overwhelming consensus is that this should appear as an addition and not an extension of the existing house, which is also in keeping with the comment that it should be less deep.
And that the bay window is out.
Yes, yeah, the bay window and the balcony at the back. I think staff commented about that as well. The overhanging balcony.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
this is Anne. I wonder if you might make that into a motion and take a vote, because that may influence the applicant's decision to move forward to BZA, which may make it the process a little different for them. Because what you just said sounded like what I heard all the comments to be. So it may warrant a vote with those guidelines so that they can design something that meets that and come back to the board regardless of when their BZA hearing is.
Okay. Certainly could. If that was the motion. It was very wordy.
Madam Chair, I just had a question. Can we do such a thing, is to mandate that it not have a bay windows, it not have the balcony? I mean, can we say?
Balcony, yeah.
I wouldn't say that we're mandating, but we're saying that we find the bay and the balcony to be incompatible.
Right.
Right. Either way, they're gonna have to come back to us with something that they think the board will find compatible. We're telling them what we think is incompatible. The issue that I have with making this a motion is that we haven't really said what we're approving. We're just saying what we're not in support of.
And that's the issue I have with that. I understand, and because in our comments, we will say that it's not compatible. We don't like the windows. I get. It's just the motion that was hitting me a little, so.
Right. And what would make the applicant not go to BZA if they don't get a decision from the board?
The applicant may want to speak to this, but it's my understanding that when you go to the BZA, it's with your very specific footprint and design. So I guess they could withdraw their current application since the board is not supportive of the length of the addition, certainly.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it doesn't matter if they go to BZA or not. We've said that this length is not.
The two are independent reviews. I was just hoping to reach some resolution for my part, mostly on whether or not the board would accept a second story at all.
Right, I think Ann, that's a critical. So a couple of board members. So let me ask those who did not support a second story, and if I don't know what the length of the step downs is, but the third step down is around 15 feet, I would guess. So if the 2-story addition was limited to 15 feet instead of 25 feet, or what it is now, would those board members be open to a second story or not? I mean, I don't have a, I'm
This
not
is
trying to, I'd be fine with one story, but I'm just curious as to.
this is Board Member Jones. I actually would not be in favor of the second story, even with the shortening. I still think it's too much.
Yeah, I would be in support of it if it were less shallow, and 15 feet seems reasonable. But again, I hate saying that we would approve something that we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, and you almost feel like you're like designing it in the meeting, Madam Chair. I agree with you. Yeah, and
Right,
even
right,
deciding
right.
if we would be okay with the second story versus not. I mean, my thought is that they should come back and incorporate what they've heard here today.
Right, into something that works for them.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it could even come back on consent. I mean, to be clear.
There's a lot of opposition, so.
I understand, but you know, if there's a design that works, you know, staff can determine whether it, you know, needs to be on consent or needs to be on the agenda, or if it can be on consent.
So if we can say that the addition, whether it's 1 or 2 stories, is no longer than 15 feet, and that there's no bay window and there's no balcony, is that sufficient, Ann, if we can all agree on that?
I really appreciate you all discussing it. I think what you've said has given the applicant much more direction. So I think we are good right now. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. I'm glad that helps to clarify. I would rather not make a motion of that and allow the applicant to take that guidance and come back to us. So we can see something that we could then approve. Hopefully. All right.
Good.
Great. Thank you, everyone, for your participation in that hearing. We're ready for the next, which is 3500 Connecticut Avenue in Cleveland Park.
Yes, so this is Steve. This is a project for construction of a pergola, a metal pergola in front of 2 contributing buildings that's part of a row in the Cleveland Park Historic District. This first photograph shows you the corner building as well as the second building in slightly recessed. The pergola would go essentially where this outdoor cafe is, but only on the Connecticut Avenue frontage, not wrapping around the corner as the photograph is showing here, where there are extra umbrellas. This row was originally built in 1921 by Harry Wardman as row houses, but it was pretty early converted to commercial uses with similarly styled colonial revival storefronts and entrances to allow for conversion to ground level retail use. The building also underwent a renovation in the early 2000s. That's when the 2-story bays, projecting bays that you see a little farther down on this elevation, were added onto to add a little bit more height and openness to the second floor spaces, many of which have been converted to retail uses. This row is specifically cited in the National Register nomination as an important early contribution of Harry Wardman to the Cleveland Park Historic District and cites its colonial revival architecture as a nice coordinated row along Connecticut Avenue. The proposal, and this is just another view looking the other direction, and as you see, there are also these decorative iron balconies that are on top of many of the storefronts. The proposal calls for constructing an aluminum framed metal pergola that would be 12 feet deep, 60 feet long, and about 12 feet 9 inches tall. It would have ceiling fans, LED lights, and would have an operable roof that it would allow it to a mechanical roof that would allow it to be closed off so that it could provide weather protection. And then the slats would open to an open position to where you would see light coming through when they were open. The staff is only aware of 2 similar structures that the board has approved in historic districts. There may be more, but the group of us couldn't think of any others. One in the DuPont Circle Historic District on 19th Street, and the other along 7th Street Southeast in Capitol Hill. Importantly, both of those were in front of very large-scale non-contributing buildings. And the board specifically, or the board found that part of the reason that they were acceptable in those locations was because they were not in front of contributing buildings. The situation here is different in the sense that these are contributing buildings. The pergola is also extremely close. It looks like it essentially abuts the projecting storefronts. And creates an awkward relationship with those second floor balconies, the decorative balcony railing, and pretty much obscuring it. So for these reasons, we're not supportive of this proposal. When we talked to the applicant a week or so ago on the phone, they said, well, are there things that we can do to make it better? And honestly, we couldn't think of anything because I think for something like this to work, not only would it need to be lower, at least no higher than the storefronts, but also pulled back pretty significantly from the facades of the building to where you'd still be able to see the facades of the building in perspective, uninterrupted by the pergola structure. So since that can't really physically be done, we don't have any suggestions for altering this, and instead are recommending that the board find this not compatible with the character of the historic district, as it would largely obscure and create an awkward relationship with these contributing buildings. So with that, I'll turn it over to the applicants.
Okay. Thanks, Steve. Is the applicant ready to present?
I'm ready to present. I'm here.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. So yeah, hi everybody. My name's Chris, and yeah, so I'll just give a quick proposal or a quick overview of the project. So yeah, the idea was to create a sort of a better outdoor dining experience while trying to minimize the impact on the historic features as much as possible. So yeah, the main features are the controllable roof that helps you control the shade. There's some fans to help cool down the space, and some recessed LEDs, which will help give better lighting and overall vision. We think the proposal would help complement and match the historic features as much as possible while providing some functionality to the space. So there are a few main reasons why we feel like our project is within reason to approve. We can go to the next slide. So here's the first rendition that I want to show. This sort of gives you sort of a rough idea. It was a good intro, so you can sort of see how it would fit into the space a little bit. The next slide is a color comparison between, on the left, you have what our posts, what color it would look like, and on the right is some photos of existing posts along the building. So there's a handful of these 8-inch posts that share the exact same profile, and relatively speaking, overlooking some differences in color, in lighting, they're relatively the same color. So that was the idea, to help match it and help it blend into the space as much as possible. So the next slide, there's a few other building features to mention. There's a few dozen or so of these smaller 4 to 5 inch posts along the building. Some are more round and some are flat. But we thought these would our posts would help blend in with the space and match them without overpowering it too much. And then, as we sort of talked on, there's the roof line on the building that's about 10 or 11 inches. And that's pretty much where the perimeter beams and our louvers would sit in. I know on our plans it showed 12 feet, something like that, but that's an error. It's actually much closer to 9 feet in height, 9'6" or something like that. And I know there's like this bronze copper trim, but you can see, I'll show some more photos later. As soon as you're a few feet back, it kind of just blends in with the building and you don't really notice it. And this band would help hide our addition and sort of tuck it away with along this side of the building was our thought. So next slide is some existing photos. So you can see a lot of those vertical lines, horizontal lines that our pergola would help complement and blend into. You can also see that roof line along the cafe, how it's pretty much just a band, and it would help. That's where our pergola would sort of nest into. Also worth noting is those 4 large oak trees on the left provide a lot of natural cover that would help conceal, a lot of natural shade and natural cover to help conceal the all black pergola naturally. So the next photo is from across the street. You can sort of see how shaded and dark the cafe area really is. There's, the big trees, you have the black posts, the black railing, the dark glass. We thought that would really help overall just visually minimally impact the visual impact of this addition on the building. And this is Connecticut Northwest, so this is roughly what the site would look like until about around noon, until the sun gets over top of the trees. So the next photo is another angle from just across the street. Sort of you can see the same things, how just dark the spaces and how black pergola would blend in pretty well with the space. The next photo is just slightly down the street. You can notice how much of the building is really concealed by these trees already. So once you get beyond any reasonable distance, the whole area really just blends in. The trees really cover up a lot of the building already and cover up a lot of what our proposed addition would be as well. Okay, let's do the next slide. Yeah, so this is a rendition from sort of across the street taken at eye level height. You notice you can barely even see the pergola, sort of just would blend right in with that roof line, and yeah, really just blend into the space was the idea.
Are you actually showing the pergola here? Or
Yeah, it is actually in there. Yeah, it's just really hard. Maybe if you could zoom in, but yeah, there's 8 posts. Yeah, there's 8-inch posts in there, just sort of tucks away in the space. Okay, the next slide. So from across the street, it's definitely really tucked away and visually hidden. And then from the north side, so this is from the north, right there's the Cleveland Park Metro stop, which also really blocks a lot of the vision, so you can hardly see it from this side as well. Even if you get closer, the next slide is from even closer up, maybe 60 or 70 feet away from where the pergola would start. You can hardly even, it's just visually cluttered, the street from the metro stop. Yeah, that was the thought, that it would help, it would be hidden from most site. So the next slide, this is from the south. So this is probably where it's going to be mostly visible. It would be tucked away as much as possible towards the left, and these railings do help conceal it to some degree, but this is probably where it would be most visible from. And the next photo is from across the street. This is again taken at eye level height. So there are these existing shrub planters that surround the cafe, which our idea was to use those to help conceal those posts. So to even cover up it visually from this perspective, the most visible side as much as possible. Next slide is so far I've tried to sort of make the point that it's from most angles it's going to be not very visible or not very visually obtrusive. It's going to blend in pretty well, and it would not be too much in conflict with the historical features of the building, and it would somewhat hide in plain sight. But definitely if you walked right past it, you obviously are going to notice it. But I'm going to argue that, compared to umbrellas, the profile of our proposed addition would actually be less obtrusive than an umbrella would be. So you can sort of see that on the left photo, and I did a little drawing to sort of help make that point. That the umbrellas just naturally take up a good amount of visual space on the side of a building as well. And this would be to some degree less than that. Yeah. So we'll go to the next slide. So this is sort of touching on those shrubs, the planters a little bit more. So yeah, we will have 8 posts. That would be obviously larger than what an umbrella post profile would be. But the idea was to repurpose these planters and hopefully use them to cover up the posts and from people walking by as much as possible. These would probably conceal a significant amount of these posts. So that was the idea for that. So the next slide is sort of a close-up rendering of the pergola. The posts are going to be around 8'6" feet, 8'6" tall, coming right along that line of the height of the wall line on the building, or possibly slightly above it. And again, it's shown the shrubs that would help conceal the posts as much as possible. So next slide is, yeah, we're trying to be as flexible as we can with this project. You know, whatever is of most concern, if there's a way to sort of work with you guys to make this work. So the post height can be raised or lowered slightly to some degree. And we can shift the pergola, you know, along the building, up and down a few feet, either farther away from Ordway Street along the side where it's most visible, or we can shift it farther away from the metro if possible. And we could decrease the size of the pergola, you know, instead of 12 by 60 to something like 12 by 55 or something like that if necessary. Or we'd also be willing to do more landscaping work, some more shrubs, something like that to help maximize the cover and really hide this thing in plain sight sort of as much as possible. So one final note on the next slide is that the existing cafe permit allows 14 feet by 72 feet of space, and our pergola would occupy 12 feet by 60 feet. So we'd actually be giving back a few extra feet of sidewalk to the pedestrians to sort of walk through the area and give them a little bit more space. So in conclusion, on the next slide, we're hoping we can work to approve this. We put a lot of consideration into trying to work around the historic preservation of the building, trying to complement and match a lot of the historical features of the building, match the posts with the color and the size, and the horizontal roof line, trying to match it in there. The pergola would be hidden in plain sight for most passerbyers, most people, and most sight lines are to some way obstructed already to some degree. So our project would sort of nestle into those sight lines. And finally, overall, we feel like this project is a better solution than umbrellas. You know, for pedestrians, for restaurant patrons, this would be a better solution. For business owners, for all these reasons. So that's sort of what I have to present, and that's all I've got. And the final slide is just a rendition, which you guys actually already saw a little bit earlier. But thank you guys all for your time, your consideration, and I'm sure you'll have some things to say. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you guys have. Thanks.
What's the size of the supporting members for the pergola? The verticals, the columns are...
They're 8 inches by 8 inches.
Okay. Your rendering makes them look really big.
Maybe.
And so then is the frame, the same 8 by 8?
Those are two, we either do 2 by 8s or 2 by 10s. I think this project calls for 2 by 10s.
Okay.
Or along the perimeter around.
Okay.
Can we have the rendering up, please? Thank you.
If you could go back to the one that is at street level, or your eye is more at street level. That would be helpful. This is where I said it looks really big. Here's where I thought it might be almost a foot in size. Also, this view really highlights the fact that the height of this pergola is so out of line with the balconies that it abuts. And, lowering it would certainly make this feel a little bit more like it's trying to work with the existing architecture.
Yeah, that's definitely something that we can play around with.
Okay.
Because I think the band along the building was around 11 or 12 inches. So we sort of have, we could certainly fit right in that with our, let me see if it's 8 or 10 foot. But we could fit a little bit more inside of that. We can work with that.
This is Board Member Jowers Barber. In looking at this, I certainly agree with Chair Heath. This looks heavy and thick, very much like an underground bunker kind of effect. So I would have to kind of push back on the comment that is, it may save, well, I don't know if it saves room from an umbrella, but the umbrella certainly give a lighter, airier feeling to it. This does not. So I just, yeah, it just doesn't fit. It's too heavy. And as Chair Heath said, the view from the windows, and I know you said you could lower it, but it just looks like you're enclosing people, diners and all, and walking by. I hear your comment that it'll give more space. You're saying it'll give more space to pedestrians, but it, to me, would be so unappealing to a pedestrian walking by to look at this. And I mean, it is not a welcoming, come sit here and spend some time, the way it looks from this rendering.
I think that could just be a matter of perspective, making it look larger than it does. I can say, like, from being under them a lot, it doesn't, I guess that's a matter of personal opinion, I guess, but that's not how I feel when I'm walking underneath them. It doesn't feel like that. Maybe I could get some better photos of what one would look like rather than just to make sure we're not, it's not a perspective sort of warping, making it look larger than it is.
Yeah, that would be good, because you certainly want to bring us the best photos. And I don't think that's it.
I think Chair Heath was trying to get at that, Dr. Giles Barber. I think that was her point in asking, like, in terms of like scale. I don't think your pictures are doing you justice. I actually appreciate your comparison of the pergola to the umbrellas. I thought that was a pretty compelling comparison until I saw the picture. Until I saw the picture. So, and the picture doesn't reflect how compelling of a comparison you actually made. So, yeah, that's my 2 cents.
I think the other thing is the temporary nature of an umbrella when you're in a historic district is something to consider. This is how is this attached to the ground, to the building?
There's a base plate and you can just bolt to the concrete. So you could remove it if you needed to. You just pull it out.
Okay, and so it's only attached to the ground?
Yes.
You've got balcony behind you. So
yeah, we wouldn't be touching that balcony in any structural capacity for sure.
Do you have a question, Outerbridge?
No, it seems like we're sort of deliberating, and
I know we were,
which is fine.
prematurely. Yes.
We're trying to be generous, but Steve Colcott was pretty firm, and in my experience, he is, you know, as open-minded, if not the most open-minded staff person. And he's pretty much, he's very well, he's considered it. He's asked you to do some things, and you haven't convinced him. And if you can't convince him, it's just, I think the problem with this is that it's a big element. It's like a building element. It's not like an umbrella, which are discrete, you know, things that a few people sit under. You've got something that competes with the building. I mean, it's like a building element. It's 55 feet long and 10 feet high or whatever. And I think it's just the scale of it that just doesn't work in this context. And, you know, if you broke it down into umbrella-sized pieces, maybe it could work, but then you'd be back to your umbrella. So I don't see a way forward with this, unfortunately. In this
This is
context.
Board Member Jones. I do have a question.
Sure.
How do you, because you mentioned that the temporary aspect, but it looks very permanent. I mean, outside of just lifting it up and taking it away. So where does it, how does it retract, or how does it kind of put, what is the temporary aspect of it? I guess is what I'm more curious about, because it's very obtrusive.
Right. I mean, if you wanted to remove it, it would probably take at least a whole day. But so it's definitely not as temporary as an umbrella. I have to agree with that. But it's not a permanent building that can't be removed. Is sort of what I was just trying to bring up.
Okay, so just for clarification, the ability to remove or to retract it or to requires actual picking it up, going into and disattaching it from the base, is
Right.
what you're saying.
Right.
So in other words, this is essentially permanent until chosen otherwise, that the structure is no longer of use to the actual establishment.
Sure. Yeah.
It's not
Okay.
temporary.
Right. So that's what I was getting at.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, we don't consider anything as temporary anyway. We approve it as permanent.
Right.
Okay.
I know we're not.
Any other
debating, but I
questions?
can't- I was gonna say, are we gonna go into deliberation, or are we gonna?
We can if there aren't any other questions. We've been straddling the line on both. Did you meet with the ANC on this? Did you present to them?
No, I have not.
Okay, because that's also something that should be a part of your process. This is highly visible on a highly trafficked corridor. This ANC is very active. We would expect that you would present to them, notify, or present to the community as a part of your ANC presentation, and allow the community and the ANC to weigh in on this as well.
Yeah, that's definitely something that would happen for sure.
Other questions?
But I mean, is there any point? I mean, I don't want to be negative, but
Well, I mean, I think we're gonna recommend denial of this concept, or else, I mean, the only other thing would be to send him back to the drawing board, but I think either way, we're saying we're denying this concept. If the applicant chooses to come back with something else, they should absolutely go through the ANC before coming back to the board. I think that's what I would reinforce.
yes, of course. Thank you. Yep.
Thank you for asking for clarity on that. But go ahead, Chris.
My only comment, I'm sorry, madam. The only thing I wanted to say is, contrary to, I think, some of what I heard, I actually would have wanted to get there with some sort of structure. I'm not anti-structure. I just think it needs to be lighter. But hearing that this hasn't gone before the ANC sort of made me shift gears on that as well. So I definitely think that should have been the first stop.
Yeah. So I will make a motion that we deny this concept and support the staff report And again, if the applicant chooses to submit something that's more in line with the staff's and the board's recommendations, make a strong recommendation that you go back before the ANC before coming to the board.
I second that.
Right, so the motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Okay, the motion carries.
I do have a further question, Chair Heath, for Steve
Sure.
Colcott. If you don't mind, the amount of signage on the corner of this building is extraordinary. I mean, there are 4 very large illuminated signs, and I wondered if all of them had been permitted.
I don't know the answer to that. I know some of them have definitely come through, but I don't know if all of them have. I could look into
They're
that.
pretty
and see.
distracting. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Ready to proceed with our next application, 227 through 239 Massachusetts Avenue Northeast. I think we're now at Maura.
Yes, hello.
Hello.
Hello, and I'm taking over the slides. We all know I'm a bit inelegant at that, so please bear with.
Okay. We'll give you grace.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So this is the return of the project that we saw in May for the properties spanning from 227 to 239 Massachusetts Avenue Northeast. The board approved in concept, a partial 4th story on one building, but had comments about some of the site work and the joining of the plazas in public space. And so I'll let the applicants walk you through their revisions, but HPO staff finds that the applicant has satisfactorily accommodated the board's comments and requested revisions, and worked with me to note they don't have a specific stone for the cladding material at the first floor for the 3 Costelic buildings, but are in the process of sourcing that, and we have agreed to a color palette that's more compatible for these. And so maybe I'll let them take you through the rest of what they have. Alice and Roland, are you on?
Yes.
We are. Hello. I'm Moira. So I can get going. I'm Alice Arn. I presented last time we were here. Thank you all for your time. I think if we're ready to get going, could we go to the next slide? So I'll move through this introduction portion pretty quickly. We did this last time. This is we're here on Capitol Hill along Massachusetts on the south side of the street. The buildings are 227 to 239. So 3 brick row houses, the taller buildings on the right, 2 siding buildings, and then the 2 brick townhouses on the left. Next. This is the existing conditions. We showed this last time, but showing the kind of quality of the plazas as they exist now, and the property lines. Next. And then just some dates and historical information. Looking at kind of the history of the site and look through a lot of building permit records and various Sanborn maps, et cetera, to kind of get a grasp on the history of these buildings. So pausing here for a moment, this is 227. This is the late 1800s brick buildings. Here we're talking about replacing the brick or the stonework on the ground floor to do something much more in keeping with Capitol Hill and the local sandstone that's often used. As Moira said, we are working on a source for that and working with our contractor and some contacts with other builders in DC who do a lot of work in Georgetown and the Hill. So we're hopeful we can find a good local material that'll make this feel a lot more like the building it was 100 years ago. And then other details that this building was renovated pretty substantially in around 2010. So details you see are that stonework and then the doors with side lights on the two side bays, as well as the stairs that are there now that lead up to the second floor. Those are metal, painted metal that were added in 2010 to replace some much more solid kind of concrete with wood railing stairs that were put in the 70s that looked very 70s. So once we get to our rendering, I'll talk more about our proposal there. Next slide. This is the stone precedent we've been showing for some buildings in the area that we'd like to take input from. There's also the precedent for the stained wood doors that we'd like to incorporate to kind of bring the building back much more to the materiality and quality that was there before renovations in the last 50 years. So looking at a fan light in that top left picture, and then just the quality of the paneled stained wood doors. Next slide. Some historic imagery that gives a glimpse of those stairs that were there. This is taken in the mid 90s, I think. So you could see the heaviness of those stairs. And this is our proposal. So the board and the ANC who we've worked with and Moira, we talked about changing out those doors on the two side bays. They currently are metal and glass with side lights and going to windows there that are much more in keeping with the proportions of what's on the upper stories. And I think also does a lot to kind of give the solidity of the base that would be typical of a building of this time. And then we've also incorporated metal stairs up to that second story. We've talked with Moira about the character of those stairs, but really trying to replace what's there now, which, as I said, they're about 12 years old, with something that has the features of what's typically seen on the hill, as well as eliminating the landing and sort of pulling those stairs back towards the building so that there's a little bit more open space in front of the building. And they're not quite so heavy as you walk down the sidewalk. Next slide. So moving on to the plaza. These are photos of the existing plazas, the three separate. You can see that the plazas in front of 233 to 239, so the leftmost buildings, there's really very little green space and a lot of either no ramp or sort of some hoops that have been jumped through to get a ramp up to that high terrace level. Next slide. Views from above showing those through terraces as they are now. So you can see those stairs because of the landing and the kind of depth of the treads really reaching into that public space. Next slide. And here's our proposal. So this is so what we've done in the last month is increase. So we've obviously from where they are now increased the green area substantially. But we've increased it even more to kind of just provide more landscaping area and really highlight the differences between the three properties. So there's increased landscape at all three properties. And then the other change we made, this was a discussion that came up during our hearing, but adding a lower terraced level along the sidewalk at the leftmost buildings, where the difference in grade gets more substantial and more dramatic. We've terraced down the front few feet to create a landscaping area that lowers the height of that brick wall and sort of negotiates the height difference for the pedestrians as they walk along. So those will be landscaping beds, and they bring the height of those planters down about 2 feet. If you go to the next slide, Moira, you can see that in elevation. So you can see those landscaping areas in front of 233 to 239 on the left side. And then the other change we've made is brought the height of those brick columns at 227, the brick buildings on the right, down from our what we had shown in the last meeting. So we've lowered the height of those about 12 inches. And then since we started this project, we've lowered them about 5.5 feet from where they were originally when we proposed this. So that is my last slide. I'm happy to answer questions and hear your comments. Thanks.
Okay, great, thank you. Any questions from the board?
Marty, while the board is collecting their thoughts, I want to chime in and just note that we received a late letter from the ANC. And so
Okay.
that's been uploaded into the box. And so the board members should have access to that letter online now. But I also have it in front of me and can summarize if necessary. But I think perhaps Mark Eckenweiler may be on the list of presenters. So
He is not that he can't be added if he's on, but he's not on the list. I did see that late letter just come through.
would you like me to summarize the points to it?
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah, just in case. So the ANC voted 6-0 to express qualified support for the application subject to certain conditions. Two areas of concern remain for the ANC. First, they believe that the entrance pillars at the sidewalk in front of 227, the ones that Alice was just pointing out, currently proposed to be 7.5 feet tall, are still too tall and uncharacteristic of the historic district. And their second point is that they recommend that they call it the nail head pillar. I don't know if you can see my mouse, but I'm indicating it on the screen. The shorter column in the planting bed between 235 and 237 either be lowered or eliminated. So that was the gist of it from the ANC.
Okay.
And I would note that wall, that what they're referring to as a nail head, that is there's a site wall behind that that's helping us kind of keep that property line between the brick buildings on the left and the siding buildings on the right. And so that sort of slight projection is really just an end to a wall rather than just terminating it. So if you did remove that site wall would still be there and you would see the end of it. So it's really just trying to create a clean termination rather than make any sort of a architectural gesture of a column.
Okay. Any questions from the board? No questions? We do have Beth Purcell registered to speak. And we have her letter in the record as well. Is Ms. Purcell on the line?
Yes. Good afternoon. Thank you for hearing us. My name is Beth Purcell. I'm testifying on behalf of the Capitol Hill Restoration Society. We agree with the staff report that the new plans are greatly improved in terms of the metal stairs and the plaza renovations. And so we agree with the staff report that the latest plans are compatible with the Capitol Hill Historic District. And we thank you for considering our comments.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your follow-up. This. Great. I would agree that this concept has progressed in a really positive way in response to the comments that we received at the last hearing and certainly from staff and from community members. So unless there are other questions, I'm prepared to make a motion to support this revised concept. All right, then the motion's on the table. Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you, Sandra. Any further discussion? And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Anyone oppose? Great, the motion carries. Very nice work. Thank you.
Thank you all. We appreciate your time. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you. All right, we're ready for our next application, also in the Capitol Hill Historic District at 1007 8th Street Southeast. Moira, you are on.
Thank you. This is another return visit. So this proposal was previously reviewed by the board in December of 2021. I had to think about what year this is. So it's a proposal for a two-story deck in an open lot adjacent to 1007 8th Street. The board at that time found the idea of a raised deck to be potentially viable, but requested that the deck be pulled back from the streets and connected to the existing building, which, as a reminder, is non-contributing. It was built in 2015, to replace the existing shed canopy roof on that building, to reduce the overall projection, and that the elevator and stairs be better integrated into the structure, moved away from the street frontages. So if the applicant is on, maybe they can take us through the project. Great. So HPO staff can see that some minor revisions were made to the project that had been previously proposed, but we don't feel that the overall effect of the current proposal has been changed enough to be compatible with the historic district, and so are recommending that the board find the project to be incompatible and to encourage the applicant to more creatively explore less obtrusive, visually obtrusive ways to accommodate increased seating. So with that, I'll pass it off.
Good afternoon, Neil Cruikshank here. I believe the owner is on with me, Mark Brody.
Yes, I am.
So we, as Moira was articulating, we did respond to the board comments in terms of making the proposed deck smaller, attaching it to the existing building. And I remember the original concern was that it looked too much like a deck. So in response to that comment, we created screen walls along 8th and L Street so that as you move along the street facade, it doesn't, it's not perceived as a deck, but basically an extension of the existing building. And the only area that's open now is open to the yard from under the deck where we have additional seating, so that area flows into the side yard. What we are showing on the walls of the enclosure are graphics that we picked up from the Historic District website, and the intent is not for that to be used for advertising or anything like that. It's primarily just some graphics that add to the wall that represent the neighborhood that it is sitting in. The one item that the owner was not able to revise was to remove the existing canopy. However, we have done the design. If you look at the side of it, we are completely, the new facade is tied into the existing building, and the canopy that was being asked to be removed is completely screened off by the proposed addition behind the guardrail. In terms of the local ANC, I believe we've complied with everything they've asked us to do. And they are supporting the project 100%. I think it was 9-0 in terms of the vote. And thank you. And so it's a very small project in terms of the intervention that we're doing. This is the site plot that shows the footprint of the property, how it sits back on the existing, and how it attaches to the existing building. You can, I don't think we have any more graphics to present. We could go back to the main page. And I'm willing to answer any questions. Unless, Mark, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, so you mentioned we didn't take the canopy that attaches to the building off because we have so much infrastructure in there that we would have to close probably for 6 months, if not more, to take that off. Our beer lines go under there, under the we'd have to put new footers in, and the beer lines are underground there, and it would really, it just wasn't feasible to remove that with all the, the gas lines and the beer lines, and not to cry poverty, but our business is down 40% since this I guess what we call a recession is happening, and we're just trying to figure out a way to uh, you know be viable year round by building this extension. Not only more important than the seating is the cover that will allow us to operate year round. So we tried to accommodate everything you wanted us to, and as Neil said, the ANC, which almost never votes 9-0 for us, did this time, and we were heartened by that. So we hope that you see that we tried to connect it to the building and did almost everything you asked us. So thank you.
Thank you. Questions from board members?
This isn't really, Chair Heath, this isn't really a preservation issue, but doesn't look like on your lift you have, in the inside where the tables are, it doesn't look like you have the clearance that you need. I think you need 60 inches off the face of the lift for clearance. So yeah, right there. Yeah.
So the way the lift is working, that plan you're looking at is from the exterior. So the clearance is there. The other sheet shows what it is at the on the deck itself, and we may need to relocate something to create clearance there. If that's the case, we will make sure the seating is clear of the entrance or the deck.
Yeah, and then you'll probably need 3 foot clear for circulation after that. Yeah.
You can't see my cursor, but when you come off, if you go to the right, we have clearance in that direction.
Yeah.
So Moira,
Did you look at, oh, sorry.
Go
Sorry,
ahead.
Edward. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I'll follow you.
Just a really quick question. Did you look at any solutions where the lift and the stairs were grouped together instead of having them separate?
Not really.
Okay.
Can you move the lift around the corner to where
Yeah,
the
that's
stairs?
why I was asking.
Right. I think that would
Around
be
the corner on the inside
On
of
the
the
left,
property.
on the left side, so when you
Yeah.
arrive at the top of the stairs, the lift is there.
Yeah, right where it says 12.6.
Yeah, you've got all that circulation over there.
That's something we can definitely look at. That looks very doable.
So Moira, you know this project better than any of us. What else besides the lift do you see as an obstacle or something that needs to be worked on?
So I think I reiterated this in the staff report this time, but I spent more time on it in the previous staff report. But generally in Capitol Hill, when you see these types of structures, they're truly back of house, and the siting at this property makes it front of house at a relatively open and prominent corner. I understand that the building is non-contributing, but I'm still looking at it in terms of the compatibility to the historic district. I can understand that they tried the approach of having there be clear railings some of this was shown in the previous iteration, but clear railings instead of the wood railings that had come to the initial proposal that I saw on the first filing, and these screening walls. I don't, we as an office don't see the screening walls as making this less obtrusive. It further encloses the space. So sort of like we were talking about in the Cleveland Park pergola project, this idea of really enclosing the space rather than having it be something light and less obtrusive. Here, the difference being is that we're not trying to protect sightlines towards a compatible building, but you may remember that just beyond this 2015 building are two of the much older, some of the oldest buildings in the historic district. So I'm also sort of looking at that context nearby. Across the street is the Blue Castle, the old car barn. So I'm looking at it in that. So I haven't seen a precedent in the historic district for there being an outdoor seating that is so large, so enclosed, almost its own structure. I mean, when you look at it in terms of the comparison to this size building, which though intentionally initially intended to be temporary, was designed to be compatible with the historic buildings nearby in terms of design and scale. And I don't find that in terms of visual permeability, materials, and scale that this is like anything I've seen in the Capitol Hill Historic District. I don't find it to be compatible with the historic precedents. Does that answer your question? So
Yes,
to
yes.
me,
So let's
it's
talk
less
about
about the particulars of it.
Yes, yes. And I think it's all about particulars. It's like this particular, the elevator. Let's talk about the enclosure and maybe the size. If it was, if the whole thing was 2/3 the size, if we pushed the front of it, which is at the bottom of the screen, pushed it back, I don't know if this makes it inviable, but we're just trying to push it back 1/3 or something. So the whole thing gets a little smaller, farther away from the sidewalk. And what is the enclosure elements? And what are they?
So the enclosure element is a screen wall, which the original design had it completely open, which made it look obviously what it is, a deck. And the comment was that they wanted something that tied back to the existing building and look as if the existing building had a roof deck as opposed to just a deck sitting in the front yard. That's what led to the enclosure being designed and tied back to the existing building.
Yeah, I think the last time you came forward, I had suggested taking some of the seating area and moving it onto raising the parapets of this non-historic building and making part of the seating area a roof deck here, and then exploring a smaller footprint and maybe not also having the second story seating area, because imagine here umbrellas and other appurtenances, tables, which
Yes.
it's not going to end at the railing. You can see even the wheelchair lift is above the railing. So it will be visually, I would guess, as tall as this section of the parapet wall. So maybe think of it that way.
All the stuff, right?
Yeah.
I would like to say that, comparing it to the Connecticut Avenue building is not fair because we're doing this on private property, not public space. And also, just to remind that you approved us with and asked us to do some changes last time. You were for this project, but you asked us to do some changes. So we did reduce. We moved it back 5 feet, and we tried to do everything you asked us to do that was feasible. The other thing I want to remind you is we have probably 8-foot tall trees all along the fence line. And these, they're giant arborvitaes. These things are going to be huge. And that's what you see. I'm sorry. And that's what you see when you walk down 8th Street. You see these giant trees, which are growing every year.
So thank you for that. For the portion of the building that has that existing canopy, is that on the right side of the east elevation, right up against the building?
Is this
It's
what
in
you're
there?
asking about?
Yes.
So here it is in a photograph. I'm trying to tie these
Right,
two
I'm trying to
together.
figure out where looks pretty high. Can the architect tell us where it is in that drawing in the east elevation where that little roof is?
So the canopy is now screened off by the elevation running along 8th Street, where we screened off the bottom of the deck and have that glass guardrail above. That's screening off the existing canopy.
Yeah, but it
This
looks like it's
area?
above the roof of your enclosure, but
Say that again,
I'm
I'm
not,
sorry.
I'm not understanding the drawing. Can we go back to the elevation,
This?
please? Yeah. So there's the Brigg building, right, on the right.
Correct.
And then in front of the Brigg building is a little roof that you
Right,
don't want to
exactly.
remove, right?
Right.
So I'm not seeing that roof in this elevation.
So the wall and the guardrail is screening that roof off. We covered it up on the
Are you
elevation.
sure?
Yeah.
So you can't walk on that roof.
Let's go back to the roof, to the plan, the first, second floor deck plan. The vertical hatch lines are the existing metal roof as labeled.
Right.
Off to the side of it, we've enclosed that with a deck that's framed up to the existing building. Because currently, right now, it's open in that location. As you step out of the building in the rear, there's a door that opens there, and we extended that canopy roof with a deck and closed off that edge of the roof.
So where it says existing metal roof, standing seam, you can walk on that and sit on that and have tables?
No, that's the existing roof that we are asking not to demolish. And to close off the edge of it, the hand cursor is showing you the photograph.
Yes, no, I
as it is
understand that.
on.
But then in
Okay.
the plan, there's a jog. So from the front of that canopy, it jogs inward to your new enclosure and deck.
Correct. So the first part of the elevation of the canopy is seen as along the side connected to the existing building. And that door that comes out of the existing building on the side, you can still walk out from that door in the back of the house, if you will, to the side of the building.
Okay, let's go back to the elevation again then. So I think it'd be very helpful if you could dash in or something, tell us where the height of that roof is. And why do you need a railing there if you can't walk on the roof?
So up against the addition, there is a deck there that you can walk on.
Oh, I see. And so where's that in the photograph then? So
That's
you're
not
building
built
out,
yet.
oh, I
That's the
see. So you're
proposed.
building out in front of the canopy towards
Correct.
the street.
Exactly.
And then where does that walkway go?
Let's go to the first floor plan. Are we talking about the walkway that comes from the back of the house?
No, we're talking about the roof
No, at
plan.
the second floor, at the roof.
The
right
roof
here.
plan. So on the right, at the end of the standing seam, that's a little deck, the hatched area?
Correct.
And where does that go?
How do you
That's
get
just-
to it?
Do you just stay there or do you go to over top of the building itself?
No, it frames into the building pretty much at the same elevation of as the existing canopy.
But you don't have any tables there.
No, there won't be tables there. The reason we did it is because one of the comments is make the deck look like it's attached to the building. And so we
Right,
attached it to the
okay.
building to hide that canopy.
I get it. And what about Moira's idea of using the roof of the existing building as deck area?
So there's the kitchen vent, the air conditioning. There's no room on that roof.
Yeah, there's a huge rooftop unit over there, like one of those little cabooses and other pieces of equipment for the walk-in refrigerators and those items.
Got it. Okay. Well, can you make the whole thing smaller?
Well, we
I mean,
did.
we're
We
trying
did.
to, what?
We
You
did.
made
We
it
moved-
5 feet smaller, I guess, yes. I remember when you came, it was a while ago.
Yeah.
Um,
But we
and
tried to
maybe you
listen
come
to
in
everything
between.
and did as much as we could.
So you can move the elevator,
Definitely we can, yes.
and you could push the stairs farther back into the volume of the thing. You see how the stairs project out on either end?
Yeah.
Can you push them back in?
We could push it back. The reason it's done like that is because it ends at the column that's running down the middle of the building to support the stair on that column. If we cut into that column, it just complicates the structure a little bit. It's not impossible.
Oh, you mean up at the top?
Yeah.
Got it. Yeah, you could do that. I mean, it's a little more complicated, but just a little more steel, right?
Well, it's probably all going to be wood, but it's a little more columns, putting another column or two
Oh,
to
right,
frame.
right. Yeah, more beams.
Yeah.
Well, anything you can do to make it more compact and orderly. And then the panels themselves that enclose it are made of what?
You're talking about the guardrail?
No, no, down below.
Oh, that was going to be wood lat screened off, and whatever wood materials we're using, it's going to be a soft material. As Mark mentioned, when you walk along H Street and L Street, there's a lot of vegetation planting along there, so it's going to be screened off behind it. The trees I'm showing in the elevation tries to mimic that, but it's it's fairly vegetated if you're familiar with the area.
Right. Well, let's forget about the trees for a minute. But so those like stud wall panels or something with artwork on them?
Right. So there is not a stud wall, more like a slat, wood slat. But it's going to be a complete screen wall with wooden slats.
But is it insulated? Is the space conditioned in winter?
It's not insulated, no. The space was not intended to be conditioned, but on a good day in winter, you would be able to use it. They're going to have heating lamps both above and below the deck. And that's something they do right now with the open space.
Are you muted, Outerbridge? If you're
Sorry.
speaking, you're muted.
Do you remember the motion that we took last time? What it exactly said?
Are you asking the applicant?
No, I'm asking Moira. She has a record of our action, whether we actually approved this in concept and with revisions, or whether we weren't convinced at the time or something. I don't know.
You improved in concept. You want us to attach it to the building, pull it back a little bit.
Right.
Yeah. And,
I'm happy to read it.
okay.
Okay.
Sure.
The board found the idea of a raised deck on the property to be viable, but that it needed to be pulled back and connected to the existing building, replacing the existing shed canopy, reduced in its projection, and that the elevator and straight run stairs be better integrated into the structure, which sort of sounds like some of the feedback you're giving again, Outerbridge.
Right. Right.
Yeah, I thought I recalled that we asked them to consider locating the deck over the shed roof. Is there a reason that you haven't shown that? Did you explore it?
Well, we can't, as I said it at the beginning, that we can't remove that shed roof because that would make us close for 6 to 9 months. We'd have to, we'd have to put new footers in. And so that's why we don't want to do it. It just doesn't, it makes it non-viable for us to close all that time.
If I understand the board member's comment, are you asking us to put the deck above the shed roof? Because we did not
Is that
explore
possible? Just overbuild it or build on top of it with separate structure?
It's possible it would make a much higher deck,
Yeah,
which
I
is
see.
something I guess we can look at. But we didn't explore that either. So that was the question that was being asked.
The reason that I was asking, and I think the reason we suggested this before, was it would pull the whole thing back further.
But like I said, we didn't explore it in that manner to close it off. But I see where it could be viable. Like I said, it will be a little bit taller deck, maybe another 2 or 3 feet taller than what we're showing right now.
May I ask a point of clarification? Because I'm not sure that I follow. So if that's the path we go down and the plans come back to me, I won't know if I'm seeing what I need to see. But so are you talking about sort of continuing the cornice line as the level for the deck?
No, isn't the shed below? The shed's below that, right?
So the shed's here, so I'm trying to think to overbuild it.
Right.
It's sort of tucked directly below the cornice.
Yeah.
I don't know how to make it more zoomed than
Yeah,
this.
great. You zoomed in.
I didn't know I could.
I know. Steve didn't know either, so you found a new trick. Okay.
So just to point out where that would be is to overbuild it would be to be on or above the cornice, sort of at the first step of the parapet, kind of continuing that roof line. So visually, if we were to take those railings up, we would be looking at that as the base of the deck.
Yeah, I could see how that would be problematic.
Right.
And then I didn't understand your comment, Marnique, about how that would make it pulled back. So you mean this little offset here? If it were to be sort of in line?
If you were shifting the whole thing back, if that was feasible, it could shift the whole thing back, but it
The whole
doesn't
deck
look,
would go
given
back
the
over
height.
top of it.
Yeah, given the height of that shed roof,
And so are you looking
we'd be creating another problem.
Yeah, are you looking to find ways to sort of move the footprint of it? I mean, I don't remember if we had a discussion about moving it sort of to a different location in the lot. So it's pulled kind of tight to the street in a way, and so the board's comment was to pull it back. And I can't remember if it's been a while. Can't remember if at previous points we had a conversation about why it needs to be aligned like this and why we couldn't switch around some of these lower seats to be kind of the street facing and then the deck be inset. Maybe that's a question for Neil. Have we discussed that before?
No, we have not.
Had you looked at it on your own?
To relocate the deck on the property? No, not really. The whole intent was to extend, if you go out on site now, if you zoom in on the picture this side, to extend that seating area and add a seating area above the existing seating area that sits in front of the
Is this the
existing
image?
bar.
This the image you wanted?
Um,
Sorry, you've got a lot on your drawing sheet. It's hard to get more zoomed than this.
sorry.
No, that is an adjacent building that you were just showing.
These tables?
Oh, no.
Let's go to the first floor plan. The intent had always been to extend, if you'll notice, there's a huge bar, and then in front of the bar, that's where the canopy is. Well, it really was to extend that canopy out into the front yard.
And this kitchen exists?
Yeah, and the back of the house and the existing restrooms, all that exists. Where you see the double columns along the front of the building, that's where the existing canopy ends and the deck starts.
Here.
Correct.
Well, I think moving the elevator around the corner and pushing the stairs back flush would be much better than what you have now. Other than that, I don't know what else to suggest.
Great. That definitely helps.
A smaller deck, maybe.
Well, a smaller deck would be better. Yes, maybe another 5 feet, and maybe that's the answer. And that pushes everything even farther back. Might get a little tight where the elevator meets the top of the stairs, but
And then we may not be able to pull the stairs back.
right. Can you go to the second
Yeah.
floor plan? Yeah, you have to check it out.
Yeah.
It looks like you could. Maybe not 5 feet, maybe 3 feet or something.
I mean, we did pull it back at least 5 already, to try to, listen to your comments.
Understand.
Okay. We do still have Beth Purcell waiting to speak.
Oh, okay.
This application as well. Why don't we hear from her and then we can come back to this.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Beth Purcell with the Capitol Hill Restoration Society. We just want to say that we agree with the staff's position that the project at this point is not compatible with the Capitol Hill Historic District, and we thank you for considering our comments.
Thank you.
I think last time.
Wait.
Yeah, go ahead.
We want to ask Ms. Purcell, is there anything you think could happen to make it compatible?
I think the ideas the board has been exploring to either put the deck over the canopy or moving the elevator and the stairs. Those all sound like they would be helpful.
I mean, you agree that this is kind of I don't know what the right term of art is for it, but it's not a historic building, right? And we wouldn't put this deck in front of a historic building. I think everybody understands that. And the only reason we're considering it is because there's a non-contributed building that we're adding to,
Yes.
which is not bad looking actually, but
Yes. Is there something else you wanted me to talk about?
no, but I guess
Okay.
the concept of this idea is not, I mean, you agree that could be compatible if it was fiddled with a little further?
Yes, because it is not contributing. It's probably not going to be there in 50 years either.
Right.
That's also a factor in our minds as community people. So.
Right, got it. Okay, thank you. Well, we could, is that it? I was just going to say we could get a less than a quorum group together and see if we can push and pull and get this thing a little smaller and get the chairs back. I mean, get the stairs back in there, get the elevator around the corner. And
You think that would be helpful, Moira?
Oh, so I was going to ask this. This would be my first non-quorum group on a project in Capitol Hill. So for myself and for the applicants to explain, would that work like they submit revisions to me and I pass them along and we have a group call, or do it over email, or for them to understand what that process would look like?
It would be a group virtual meeting.
Okay. And so you would be looking for things like relocating the wheelchair lift, better incorporating the stairs, and a reduction around 5 feet, I think, off of the L Street.
Yeah, I mean, consider it a working session. If they can come to the meeting with that, that's great. But otherwise, we'd probably, and that would be the time for us to sort of virtually.
yeah, we could even meet on site and have a beer or something. No, sorry.
Say Outerbridge, I'm officially not allowed to accept that.
Okay, I don't think.
On the
I don't
record,
think-
I will not be
don't-
accepting a beer.
I don't think we are either, anyway.
No, we're not.
So
But,
anyway, okay. And it would be helpful to understand what this panel material is. So I don't know what we need for that. I still don't, I'm not sure I get it, but
A material sample, an image of it.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I think that would be helpful to better hash out the details. It would help me.
So can I say that, we did send more, I believe 2 or 3, maybe just 2 additional drawings. And each time it was, I can't recommend it. I can't, but we weren't told what they could recommend. So we're trying to do what we're trying to do. And we listened to what you said, and I feel like we've come a long way.
So,
And it's been 8 months, 7 months now, 8 months.
mm-hmm.
We keep sending her things, and she said, "Well, I don't like it. If you want us to forward it, after the 3rd or 4th one to historic," we said, "Okay, forward it to them." Because we're living in a world of business, and we understand. We're pretty close, and hopefully that we could get it approved, and then when we come back with permits, if you want to tweak it at that point.
It's too late at that point. I think this, a less than quorum meeting would probably get us moving in the right direction pretty quickly.
Okay.
So I would say that's probably our best bet to getting
I can work with
resolution. If we can, let's check with Steve and just figure out if we can do that, and then we can work on organizing it.
I can work with the owner to develop a material list, more articulate the description of what the screen walls will be constructed of, the intent for whatever graphics may be on the screen walls, as well as relocating the elevator, and see if we really could make the deck smaller and still get a couple. I guess we may have to change the way the seating is working rather than the type of picnic tables we have now, because even with it as it is, it's tight getting those picnic tables in there. They're getting smaller every time we make it a little bit smaller. So let me work with the owner on those items and see if we could come to some type of consensus.
Okay. All right. That sounds good.
So, for the sake of the HPRB actions, the board is deferring this to further hash out the details, and will it come back, or would it be resolved at that non-quorum level?
Nothing's resolved in those. There are no decisions made.
Okay. So it will come back to the board again?
Yes, it would have to, because we haven't approved anything.
Okay. Just, I want to make sure I have the record.
And just for clarification, you're going to share with us what that non-quorum process is so that we could hopefully follow along efficiently.
Right. So we could meet in what, 2 weeks? Well, it's up to Steve and Moira, I guess. Summer vacations and all that.
We'll figure it out on email.
Okay, appreciate that. Mark, anything to add?
I think that's it.
All right. Thank you all. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We're ready to review our last application at 203 3rd Street Northeast.
Yes.
Sandra, are you ready?
I am ready. So, 203 3rd Street, finally, we have a new project in Capitol Hill today. This is a building from 1889. It is a 3-story brick row house with a raised basement. There is an existing, admittedly narrow basement stair that runs parallel to the main stair. And it's doesn't seem to be quite in the original configuration because there's a basement door in the projecting bay. They are proposing a new basement entrance and additionally a rooftop addition, front roof deck, and some other appurtenances. And so as designed, the rooftop addition is visible from multiple points on nearby streets, and the basement entrance on several points is not in line with the board's approved basement design guidelines. And so staff is not in support of either facet of the proposed work, and their architect, I think, can take you through the drawings in more detail.
Okay. Ron.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Ricardo Hendy. I'm the architect for the project. Yes, thank you for listening to this and considering the project. At present time, this property sits in a very narrow or rather short lot. There's only 9 feet backyard at the rear, and the lack of the outdoor space is prompting what we're doing at the roof. At the basement entrance, the owners have chosen to exercise their right to have a basement apartment, and we're trying to make a stair basement entrance that is in compliance with current code. Basically, we want to have the present staircase, by the way, it's only about 20 inches wide, 22 inches wide. The entrance into the apartment is 26 inches wide. It sits on the bay that is protruding. So we're trying to follow the guidelines for the entrance staircase. And by the way, according to my interpretation, we comply with every single step of the basement entrance guidelines except the orientation of the staircase, which could be argued if you read the whole basement guidelines. There's some accommodations to have certain types of stairs parallel to the facade like we're proposing. We're just trying to be a little bit creative in the way we interpret the guidelines, is trying to make the least amount of impact, and I'll expand on that further. But once you put the entrance of the basement under the main entrance to the house, that creates, because of the geometry of the bay protruding out, it means that, and also if you look at the section on the lower left-hand corner, the main entrance is dotted, and it shows that it basically takes away from the available height. And because of that, I need to go down a couple of extra steps to go under the main stair to then go into the apartment. That forces us to have a certain number of steps, which is about 11 steps down. Now, when we get to the bottom, in order to turn around and go under the stairs, I need a landing. Per code, I need a landing that is the same width as the stairs, so it's about 3 feet. By the time you have the landing plus the amount of steps, it's quite a sizable stair in order to go down. And the option that is now presently on screen is the one that actually complies the closest with the guidelines. And since then, there's another option one that is shown on the rest of the drawings. But this one, if you walk down the sidewalk and you see it, it kind of has a tremendous impact on the architecture of the property. And once we did this, I particularly myself, even though it was the orientation of the stairs complies with the guidelines, it wasn't a stair design that for me was affecting the relationship of the building to the ground a lot more than the one that we are proposing, which is where with the stairs parallel to the facade. Can you go down to that drawing, Moira, please?
These are the slides that I have.
If you want to share my screen, I can bring the plan up. Hello, I'm Eamon, the owner.
Can't do that. That's why we requested all the materials to be sent in advance.
Oh,
It's a pre-created.
I thought we sent you the correct ones.
Yeah, we sent you a lot more drawings.
So can you describe the existing stair? Can we go back to that bunch of photographs? I went through your drawings and there's a lot of information, but okay, right there. So in the middle row, second from the left, is that the existing stair?
Yeah.
And can you zoom in on that?
Yes, since I've figured out how all of a sudden. Oh, I was unmuted, sorry.
So what's wrong with that?
Well, it doesn't comply with code. I mean, there's something that we need to agree that the guidelines were written, the last time the guidelines were revised is 2011. And since 2016, the district allows for basement apartments. And if you follow the code of dwelling code for the district, it requires a certain exit and egress from the buildings. And this does not comply by a long shot.
So you couldn't get a code modification?
Sorry?
You could not get a code modification for that stair?
Well, this stair is there, so we're grandfathered in on this staircase, but let me ask you a question. I mean, once these stairs work because you have the main stairs that connect to the basement, that once this becomes a separate apartment entrance, you need to bring in furniture, you need to bring in a fridge. There's no way we can do that. And we cannot have a rear alley stair because there's no alley. There's basically too narrow back there. So these stairs are not compatible with with an allowed by right use that the district has granted the owner. We have to have a staircase that is at least 3 foot wide, and it complies with egress codes, and to have proper landing at the bottom. This sound a little bit cheeky, but an athlete can work the stairs, 2 or 3 times a day. It's a little bit of a twist and turn that you have to do. I mean, we need stairs that are workable for a tenant that leads us a separate life than the owner. If you don't, granted, you don't change the fridge every.
Why can't you make that happen inside of the building? Why do you have to have an impact on the historic district on the outside of the building to do that?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Why can't you do that inside the building? Why do you need to impact the outside of the building and the historic district to do that?
I don't understand it. You're asking why can't a tenant living in the basement bring a fridge through another unit in order
Well, it doesn't
to.
have to be another unit. Maybe you create a vestibule with a stair that goes down inside rather than impacting the exterior, which is under the purview of the historic district.
Right, or you create a design where the lower floor is a duplex associated with the upper floor.
Right, yeah.
Well, we want to have a stair on the outside. We could do a bunch of things, but we want to have a stair on the outside, and we have the right to have a stair on the outside.
First of all, there's no by right in a historic district, right? That's why this is a preservation review. It has to be compatible with the historic district, which is why you've been in consult with Moira in advance of this. But did you explore any opportunities within the building to change the unit layouts or look at having the circulation inside of the building rather than creating this big area well in front of the building, which is not compatible with anything else in the historic district?
Well, I would tell you that there's a bunch of stairs that are like that all over the place around there.
I know, I live not far from
That
here.
wasn't the question.
Yeah, that wasn't my question. I live not
No,
far
but
from
it was
here.
part of the question. It was part of the last sentence of your question. So I'm trying to clarify that. But the question is, did we look inside to look at the different layout? It's something that the owners don't like to have. They want to have a basement apartment, and then the rest of the house, they want to keep it for themselves. They don't want to impact the interior. Plus, if you look at the floor plans, which I'm surprised are not here, the house is very, very compact. Very compact. By the time we put a staircase on the inside, having a second unit, it becomes barely something that works. The house is very tiny and very narrow.
How many square feet is the house?
The floor plate of the house, the footprint, including the bay, is 606 square feet. This house is tiny.
Then maybe it shouldn't have a basement apartment. I live in Northeast with a, excuse me. I live in Northeast with a house that's much smaller than this in the footprint. And maybe it just shouldn't have a basement apartment then, or it should be configured so that you can get in through the basement rather than opening up this big areaway in front of the bay, which does not exist anywhere else in Capitol Hill.
Yeah, I mean, what we're telling you is that we're not able to approve what you've submitted. And so we're strongly recommending that you, I'm still talking. What we're recommending to you is that you search for creative ways outside of what you've already done that might allow this to be on the interior, accessed on the interior, but the exterior interventions that you've proposed so far are not compatible.
Well, this stair is not what I'm proposing. This was an option to show you that this doesn't work. the other drawings that I have that I'm surprised are not part of the presentation because I submitted it with enough time and there were a number of them. I'm very disappointed about that.
Ricardo, sorry to disappoint. They may not be in the slides, but the board has access to the box and that has all of your previous iterations of drawings. So
Okay.
they have been sent everything in advance and have had the chance to see it. It's just not loaded in the slideshow.
Can you tell us, is there something that we can, some way that we can identify what package you're talking about? Is there?
This is what we call
We
sterile
have your
number one.
we have your June 28th submission set
Okay, so yeah, that
in the
one.
box folder, and it has, I don't know how many drawings in it. It's got a bunch. It's got all the floor plans.
So a lot of drawings. Is it this one from July 6th, last update, July 6th?
16 sheets in it.
Yeah, it's a lot.
July 6th.
And the stair is parallel, but it still sticks out and creates an areaway along the front, the entire front of the bay.
Correct.
Yeah, well, that one, at the very least, we keep the front yard similar to what's there now, and we can provide a landscape screening to
So this
shield.
was what I wrote my staff report based on. And
That's
I
the
believe
correct drawing, yes. It's the owner here. Would the board, how would the board feel if we reduce the size of the main staircase and then just increase the width of the existing stair that is sort of running down? Would that be something the board would feel amenable to?
The main stair is the original stair, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
That's a tough
You're
one.
saying make that wider and do what with the basement access?
Make the basement access slightly wider and then reduce the width of the main stairs.
Oh, got it.
I'm just so
You have
I
a
was gonna
problem
say
with the
this.
doorway.
I was going to say this in my presentation. I suffered 2 strokes last year, and they affect my. They go to vertigo, and I have trouble balancing, and so to have like a proper safe staircase to go down, is quite important for me. So yeah, if we can, and as Ricardo said, our strong preference would be to have a separate entrance. Just for the way we want to lay out, and I'd very much like to sort of keep the ground floor sort of our apartment, but I definitely hear the concerns of the board. I was going to show a little video I made, which also talks about the penthouse, and in it I show our neighbour's basement entrance. It's an exact copy of our house, and I was wondering if we could, perhaps show that and show the board how they've dealt with it, and maybe if we, copy what they did, that might be acceptable to the board. Would that be okay to show the video?
I don't have a way to pull
We
up
don't have the
things
video.
that are not submitted in advance. It's unusual that I would be pulling up box drawings. I wanted the board to be clear to see the configuration that I wrote my staff report on, but normally we are only able to share what is submitted to us as the presentation in advance.
Yes, so I submitted that video in advance, and I saw it on one of your slides before. But it also talks about the penthouse, so I don't know if we want to talk about the penthouse first.
That one.
That's it. The video's there. Okay, I think. Is there any way, Moira, to make that full screen? Yeah, it's only showing a part of the video. I think the video is cropped, actually.
Reduce the screen. I'm not sure what to do.
No, it's sort of cropped to the top right corner. I've put a link in the chat. I don't know if you can open the link, Moira.
No, I mean, we can't, we're just not set up to do things sort of on the fly, so.
Okay.
Can you go back to the photos that were part of there? The bottom and at the top. So the ones at the top have our neighbor's staircase. Can you zoom in at the line at the very top? So if you see what they have is they have a stair parallel to the bay and something very similar to what we want to do.
One, is it?
That's on the yeah, those in the left hand upper
Is it
corner. Those are the ones.
207?
Yes.
205. It's the second.
Okay. Oh, so, okay.
Yeah. So you can kind of see it behind the bushes there in that smaller image.
So those are our immediate neighbors to the left. And
so
they
what's
have
going on there?
It looks the same as yours.
Right, that's what I thought.
It actually goes in front of the bay window. So you kind of walk where the post is to the right around those bushes, and then the stairs start at the corner and you sort of walk down underneath there.
But it's brilliant that you didn't notice because it's there.
So
this is what we're trying to achieve.
Yeah, what you're saying is that set of shrubs is pulled off of the face of the
Yes.
facade,
Yes.
and there's
Yeah.
a stair that exists between the
Yes.
facade and, okay.
And does it have the same switchback that you're proposing?
No, but
So it's not the same configuration.
No, but it's similar.
It's parallel to the facade. It isn't exactly the same. Issues when you have a dwelling unit in the basement, you have to provide a certain amount of light and air. But I could accommodate to some degree that. I was basically doing the area well large enough to accommodate the minimum requirements.
So you're saying you want to do what your neighbor did, but you don't want to do what your neighbor did. You want to make it bigger.
Look, if we're, I mean, we obviously put our best case forward, and we wanted to let the
Yes,
most
no, I
light in as
understand.
possible.
So
But if the board, the option our neighbours do is the most subtle, and it won't allow us to do the bigger windows, and it won't allow as much light in. But if that's the best we can do, we would prefer that to something inside the house. So what if we came back with a few more photos of what the neighbours have done and perhaps replicate that for consideration by the board? Would the board be amenable to that?
I think that would be helpful. That's probably your best path forward.
Okay.
If you can find a way to make that work and you can show it to us in a little bit more detail with photos, that would be helpful.
Sure. Thank you very much.
Not very easy to see what we're looking at in the little teeny photos. I would recommend, like in your slideshow, if there's a photo you really want us to see, make it big on the page. Because you can see it's really hard to see these little ones.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And make sure you, while you're reconfiguring, make sure you double check your projection allowance with public space, which is measured off of the flat face of the building, not off of the bay. And also if there are current requirements for above ground railings that are different than what these neighbors have in terms of the vegetation, those should be reflected on the drawings.
Okay, sure.
yeah, that's a good point. So they don't have any railings. One wonders if they got permission to do this. But anyway, it seems worth looking at. The railings are a bit of an issue.
Okay, well, we'll resubmit along those lines. Thank you for considering that.
But you still have to go around the tight corner to get in.
You still need to duck under the main staircase, yeah.
Right, so a refrigerator is still not going to fit down these stairs.
I think we've got a better chance, but yeah.
Smaller refrigerator, maybe. Yeah, okay, very good.
Okay. All right, well, thank you.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. Sorry, there's the penthouse as well.
Penthouse.
Oh, yes, okay.
So, sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, so for the penthouse, can you go to one of the sections, Moira, please? There. So for the penthouse, what we're proposing to do is to basically remove the existing roof, create a new lower deck, so that if you're standing on the new deck, the existing front facade cornice would be roughly at chest level, stomach level around there. it will be high enough for a parapet, so we don't have to add anything to the front. And basically that way we can put a new one-story penthouse at the back in order for them to enjoy their a little bit more of an open space for the house. And you can see the rear yard back there at the lower side is very narrow. It's very highly compact, this place. So this is, you know, we can achieve having an extra story and being minimally visible from a number of streets. You can still see it from Constitution Avenue for a bit. You really have to look for it because you looking up the rear yard from the side, and you have to look for it. But it's still there. It's still visible. We're not saying that it's not. We did a flag test. We left it up there and for a number of days so everybody can go take a look. But we hope, we're asking that we consider the visibility of the penthouse, like when the guidelines say that if you're using compatible materials and you're making it compatible with the rest of the building, that it could be allowed. So we're using compatible materials. We're keeping the scale, and we're introducing kind of a similar cornice treatment, not exactly the same, obviously, because the original is highly decorative and massive. This has a little bit, so we're trying to keep the character of the addition in character.
You included those photos in your staff report.
Great minds, Marnique. I was just unmuting to say that. I tried to include them from a few different perspective views in my staff report, which, since I had the box open, I think I can pull up if that's helpful. So here's the front yard. Circle indicating the upper level. And I think, Ricardo, you mocked up the overall massing, but not the railings, the outdoor shower, the hot tub area, and some of the other appurtenances that are proposed for the roof. But this part is visible, and then all the things I've listed would be farther forward of it, I believe. And then as you, no, please don't interrupt me, I'm almost finished. And then as you continue to move along the street, here is some of the visibility from Constitution Avenue.
So I just would, Maura, if you could show that previous photo. So that is actually on our neighbor's property line, and that is part of their roof deck. So that's not the penthouse we're proposing. We've worked really hard with Moira and the ANC to make sure that the structure isn't visible on 3rd Street and also back on 2nd Street throughout the intersection. And that meant moving the structure all the way to the rear of the property. So Maura, if you could move down to the next photos, please. So it is visible on Constitution Ave, and if you stop in those two particular spots and zoom in on your camera, you can see it like you do there. I made a video where you walk around the property, and for a minute 30 that it takes to walk around the property, you can see it at the rear for about 13 seconds. So, you know, we feel that the impact will be very minimal, and especially if it's similar materials like brick and the like. So I guess it would be great to get, you know, the views of the board on that. And I wish we could show the video, because I think it gives a good illustration of just how much you can see it, and maybe we can pop it in the Dropbox over the next month for the board to look at.
Yeah, and also in the section you can see that. Sorry,
are those sticks that we saw in the previous photographs, are they the structure at the rear of the deck of the roof?
That's my understanding of the mock-up. Yes, so not the condenser, but sort of this back
All the way back.
wall. Yeah. And so I did have. Let's see. There are some other things that had been shown.
Yeah, we were showing some hot tub at some point there because we were looking at whether or not it would be seen, and because we're sinking the roof down, basically, if you walk 5 steps from the edge of the roof, you won't see anything anymore because people won't be able to see you from the street because everything is down. It's not at roof level. The roof deck of our neighbor is on top of the roof. We are proposing to basically remove the existing roof and bring it down. There's a little guy standing at the edge of the cornice, if you see it. So his feet are not on the top of the roof. They're down. So whatever you put on the new proposed roof level wouldn't be seen from the street from anywhere.
And Ricardo, is that this dark area also showing, what is this showing?
That's
Just
the existing.
So the existing structure is not to be removed from the interior, only the roof level?
Yeah. And in fact, the original state of the house, it has 2-story openings all over the place. That's the existing. The previous owner did extensive interior renovations that are in dubious levels of structural health. Let's put it that way.
What we're seeing in that mock-up, though, is the rear of this rooftop, the enclosed area, right?
Correct.
And
Yes.
you've got rooftop units on top of that.
Yes. Which are not seen. If you look at the angle of viewing, we're proposing that they're not going to be seen from the
Because
front.
they're set back enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The taller one is set back enough, you're saying?
Correct.
Yes.
But my point was that you would see them from the rear.
Yeah, that's what I was asking about. And I thought he was saying because they were set back far enough from the rear edge. Yeah.
Yeah, we were trying to follow sorry, I'm interrupting, I apologize.
I understand so the board has tended to only approve very minimally visible rooftop additions, right? So this is not in the realm of minimally visible. It doesn't matter if your materials are compatible. It's still very visible. And so that's what is problematic. And that's why Moira has flagged this as incompatible, because it's inconsistent with the board, the way the board has always, or at least previously reviewed these sorts of additions. So yeah, I have a hard time disagreeing with Moira's conclusion here.
Madam Chair, if we were to push it back and it was slightly visible over that tree line, would that be perhaps more compatible? I'm just thinking of things we can go away and do that might help.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly much more compatible. Again, minimally visible, like we can just see the edge of it.
Sure.
That's where we've given a little more flexibility.
Yeah.
Versus not visible at all.
So could you clarify what you mean by pushing it back since it's already at the rear of the roof?
Pushing it towards the middle of the building.
So then that
Are
could
these
potentially
used-
increase the visibility from the front?
So we could do a few things. We could lower it and move it slightly forward, and also reduce the width.
I mean, I'm open to you playing with it to figure out how you can significantly reduce or make its visibility go away.
So were those views with the sticks that we just saw, are they from the front to the back?
The back.
What?
The back.
The back, okay.
So Outerbridge, this is one house in from the.
Sorry.
Yes, no, I know, it's in the middle, and so this is from what, from the angle, from Maryland Avenue?
So walking around the
Con-
corner from Constitution Avenue. So this is the
Got
next
it.
door neighbor. And then as you continue back, you can see it everywhere until you hit the next row of buildings. So this is short, and then there are taller buildings next to it.
Got it.
And I do want to mention, while I think of it, that we did receive also a late letter for this property, which should be in the letters folder for the board. And I can also read the summation of this from the ANC if that's helpful.
Okay.
So ANC 6C voted 6-0 to oppose the application. And I think I'll read what they've explained. In the ordinary course, ANC 6C would review an application on the merits and provide substantive comments. Unfortunately, this is not such a case. Instead, we have, with regret, taken the unusual step of opposing the application on principle because the applicant ignored our requests to pare down the application to eliminate multiple proposed design alternatives. There's some detail about communications. So the board can read that if they're interested. As noted above, it is unfortunate that matters played out in this fashion, but the ANC and members of the Planning and Zoning Committee need to receive drawings with sufficient advance notice to allow adequate review. Like the board, we cannot take up new materials at the last second. As unpaid volunteers, both on the commission and on the committee, which consists primarily of volunteer local residents, we cannot expend the time and effort required to review applications that have not been distilled down to a single basic proposal, perhaps with one minor variation, and more to that effect. It's the gist of the ANC letter.
Yes.
We have other letters, right, that support what we're doing, but I guess that's fine for now. We discussed it amongst us now, and we know what we need to do.
Yeah, I'm highlighting the ANC because per our regulations, we have to give them great weight, and the letter was received late, so I wanted to acknowledge it on the record.
Thank you.
Okay. So I think there's some revisions to both the basement entry and the penthouse that we've talked about and would like to see the applicant bring back to us. So I don't think there's anything for us to decide on today. We will wait until you come back with your revisions and additional information.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure. All right. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Moira, for driving this afternoon.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks.
Thank you.
We officially enter our summer break. So our next
Yay.
meeting is in September.